Is the attorney coming tonight? No? Okay. As far as I know, Thomas is coming. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. Everybody okay with that? If he comes a minute late, he's probably caught in traffic. Okay. It's 6:00 p.m. I'm going to call the council to order. Please rise for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Councilman Foster is going to have our prayer.
Let's bow our heads. And let's just have a moment of silence for what happened in our country 24 years ago, as well as what just happened yesterday. Will you join me in a moment of silence? Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for another day of life that you've blessed us with. We thank you for the opportunity that we have to serve the citizens of this fair city. Lord, we just ask that you be with the family members of Charlie Kirk, his friends, and also the survivors rather, and victims' families of the 9/11 tragedy. Lord, there's evil all around us, and we just thank you that you're in control, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Bless our proceedings tonight. May everything that we do and say bring you honor and glory. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Y'all may be seated. All right, today is September 11, 2025. This is a special called council meeting. At this time, I'm going to go into my mayor announcements. I do not have any announcements, but I do have someone that I would like to introduce to you all. So I have Shelley Brady here, and she would like to introduce herself to the community and tell us about her group, the Keene, Texas FFA Community Alumni Group, Inc. Thank you, Shelley, for coming.
Thank you all for your time. We are, with all the growth Keene is having and all the new students at the school and everything, our FFA is growing as well. So our parents, community, we've come together and made an alumni group. It's a completely nonprofit group. We have our own tax ID number, and everything is a total separate from the school. But what we do is we schedule fundraisers. We have given our students a chance so they can earn money. They can pay for their own stuff, developing them the leadership and the responsibility and just life skills. I don't know if you know about FFA, but they have all kinds of opportunities. They build stuff. They do everything with animals, from, say, medically to showing them. There's floral and speech and just many variety of ways that they can grow from FFA. So we've come together to allow the kids opportunities to do the jobs, to earn their money, get donations from all of that, and in doing so, they're not only learning life skills, but they're also earning their way to, like, national convention that we have coming up. And we're in banquet. We're going to help them pay for a really nice end-of-the-year banquet, senior scholarships, just various things that, or even if we have a student that maybe their family doesn't have the money to be able for them to have the opportunity to show, we could give them the opportunity to raise the money and pay for, say, a show entry or help them get an animal. So what we do is give them opportunity to earn the money, and then we can help them pay for what they want to do and allow more students opportunities.
And she's had a lot of fundraisers that they've already been working on. You might have seen some of them being advertised in Keene. She's done Sonic in Keene, patio, party on the patio. Atwoods in Alvarado has been selling hot dogs for them and letting them have a bake sale there and getting some of the proceeds. A car wash at the Adventist Book Center, various raffles, calendar online sales. And they're also doing community service. So they're actually like donating baked goods to our Town Hall Estates nursing home. And they've been doing other things, helping put up our flags on the street, so.
Yeah, y'all might have seen some of our kids out on the 29th of August out helping put out the flags that morning. It was, in the morning out of school, but our hardworking students were out there bright and early putting out flags. So we were pretty proud of that. We also have some more fundraisers scheduled already. We have another Sonic night that kind of helps bring Keene together because we have a lot of games and such for younger kids and for older kids. And, adults were coming by telling us they didn't even know FFA was there. But we want to let everyone in Keene know that we are here and, we're trying to grow and serve the community at the same time, have the program grow because it is still small, but we've gotten a lot of donations of items that they needed as well as funds that they've worked for, and the students are making it happen.
And you have a fundraiser planned this Saturday, right, at Tractor Supply?
Yes, ma'am. We have Tractor Supply is going to be having a farmer's market, and I understand there's about 17 vendors going to be there.
Wow.
They have invited us as well, so we will be set up right there outside the door. Want to invite everyone to come see us. We're going to have bake sale, face painting, animal pictures, just a lot of farmer type stuff, for anyone that has young ones, bring them out for sure. And if you just like a baked good, come on by and see us.
All right.
So,
Well, I'd like to recognize these ladies. If they would just stand, we'll just give them a round of applause for all what they're doing for our community. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it. Thank you for coming.
we have Marissa on this end. She's our reporter for the officer. Kelly is the president. And we have J.C., she's a new member, not an officer, but she also was out there helping us do flags. We're really proud of all of them.
All right. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shelley,
you,
for
Lisa.
coming. Okay, at this time, Chief Warner, are you going to come to the podium? He has a couple of things that he would also like to do during my mayor's comments, so I'm going to also give him the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and Council. I apologize for maybe butting in here a little bit. But this morning, I received some information that I think everybody would find exciting, and most of you saw it out in front of City Hall tonight. So, Mayor, I'm asking for indulgence, and Council, with your approval, can we take maybe a 5-minute break, and we can go out and we can look at our brand-new brush truck that we've been waiting for about 2 years to receive.
All right, everybody agreeable? All right, it's 6:08 p.m. I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess, and we're all going to go and step outside.
Thank you.
10 p.m. I'm going to call the council back to order.
So our second part of tonight. This morning, here in front of City Hall, we held a memorial service so that we could all remember what you alluded to in your prayer at the beginning of the meeting. We're here to remember and maybe for some re-experience September 11th, 2001. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and citizens. Today, here in Keene, we gather not just as citizens of this great city, but as members of one great nation. A nation united in remembrance, reverence, and resolve. On this day, September the 11th, we honor the nearly 3,000 lives that were taken from us in a single morning. Mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, co-workers, friends, heroic first responders who answered their final call. Though the attacks struck far from our Texas home, the shock and sorrow reached us here just as deeply as anywhere. That morning forever reminded us of both the fragility of life and the enduring strength of the American spirit. We remember the bravery of those firefighters and police officers, those medics, and the everyday citizens who became extraordinary when their nation needed them the most. We honor the resilience of the survivors, and we acknowledge the families who still bear the weight of that tragic day. Their sacrifice is not forgotten. But remembrance is more than looking backward. It must guide us forward. The unity that carried us through the darkness then is the same unity that we so urgently need today. As a city, as a state, and as a nation. So let us be a people who remember. Let us be a city that honors sacrifice. And let us be a nation that in every trial chooses to stand shoulder to shoulder as one. May God bless the families who still grieve. May God bless our community. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for coming, and fellow firefighters, and Chief Kidd, thank you. All right, that's all I have scheduled under mayor announcements. Council, do you have any announcements that you would like to make to the public or add? Okay, moving on to agenda item number 3, public comments. I have one yellow card, Samantha Gillen. Did you want to speak now or you want to do it during 7A? Okay, I'm sorry, I'll hold on to it. Okay. Is there anybody that would like to speak during public comments that did not turn in a yellow card? Okay. All right, agenda item number 4, there are no reports tonight to be given. Agenda item number 5, public hearing items. We are here tonight to hold a public hearing to receive citizen comments and hold a discussion on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. After the public hearing, council will discuss and set a date for the meeting in which to vote to adopt the fiscal year 26 budget. Okay. Anybody want to make any kind of presentation? Let me just open the public hearing.
You probably, yeah, go ahead, sorry. I was going to ask you if you were going to give the time.
Yeah, I'm going to, if we're just going to go ahead and open. I was reading the agenda item to see if there was anything to state other than that. All right, at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. It is 6:23 p.m. If any citizen would like to speak about the proposed budget, you may raise your hand and I'll bring you to the podium.
Does Samantha Gillen want to speak
She
during,
wanted to speak during 7A.
which is basically this topic as well? That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. Samantha, you want to go ahead and come and talk during the public hearing?
This is a public hearing, so you may as well.
And if your comments are about the budget?
Samantha Gillen, 218 West 4th Street, Keene, Texas. Mayor, City Manager, Council. For several meetings, and I know I've missed last three just about, but I've tried to watch it on stream, discussions about possibly leasing equipment for the city as opposed to buying our equipment. And from what I understand from some of the cities that I've talked to, their expenses did go lower because of that, because they didn't have as many repairs. The people took better care of the equipment, because if they didn't, then they were going to be found responsible for those. And then you always have a way to get them repaired or replaced or whatever. And so I don't know exactly what those leasing terms were or anything, but it sure makes better sense to lease them and have them better cars to work in so that they're not down a lot. And I just kind of wanted to bring that up, and hopefully it's in our budget.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gillen. Anybody else would like to speak during the public hearing? Yes, sir. Go ahead and come to the podium and just state your name and address.
My name's Nathan Cosme. I live at 1212 Honeysuckle Drive. Can any one of you tell me, how many vehicles are we talking? What, how many? 29 vehicles.
29.
All right. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just don't understand, you know. Numbers were never my strong suit. But was it $400,000 a year for 29 vehicles?
Yes, on average, yeah, approximately. It was 4.2 million over the course of 10 years.
All right. Question. Hold on. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. I just need a calculator here. So, I don't know about any of you, but I don't spend $13,793 a year on upkeep of my vehicle. And that's approximate. I put 400,000. I didn't put the exact number. I'm just saying 13 grand plus a year. For 13 grand plus a year, for $400,000 a year, we can't get a mechanic. We can't have somewhere for them to possibly repair the vehicles. We can't block off maybe the 3 days in the third week of the month, every month with hops and support a local company. 400 grand, and I get it. It's out of sight, out of mind. You don't have to deal with it. You're leasing it. That's Enterprise's problem. They can fix the machine for us. But let's say they're all brand new. I haven't bought a brand new car off the lot since 2009. Still the car I'm driving today, because I take care of my stuff. I paid for that. Okay. Well, this nice lady said over here, people are held, you know, if they break it, they're held responsible. How about we just hold them responsible? A daily, you know, check sheet? Nobody can do that? There's, you know, a new slam in the bumper on this truck. Wasn't here yesterday. We can't do that. So we're gonna spend $13,000 a year on it. Maybe I'm out of pocket, maybe I'm out of line, all right? I was expecting somewhere along the lines of, let's say, the number of 100 vehicles, not 23. And that just seems excessive to me. I'd rather we, as a town, not go bankrupt over some shiny vehicles. I mean, I get it. This is Texas. Everybody loves a shiny vehicle. We all love the big trucks. But, I mean, I've had jobs where I've got a company vehicle. You best believe If there was a ding in that bumper that wasn't there yesterday, I put it on my sheet, they come to me, they can go to the guy that had it yesterday. If it was me yesterday, then I'm held responsible. So, the numbers don't work out for me, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that would like to speak during public comments? Or the public hearing, sorry.
Am I allowed to address a couple of those things?
Sure, go ahead.
So, just for the record, Jonathan Seitz, City Manager. Just to clear up a couple things. First of all, Hops would be the one doing the maintenance on it because he's an enterprise certified individual. He's the one that, I don't know if you drive by, but you see all the sheriff
I've been to Hops multiple
and
times.
TxDOT, and, you know, him and his,
He's got good certifications, he's got good guys, I know him.
yeah, and him and his brother and I, we go way back 27 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was one of the things that we did consider when we first looked into it, because obviously I want to support local business.
Mm-hmm.
He is certified, so he would actually be the one maintaining all
Fair
of the
enough.
vehicles.
Fair enough.
Secondly, and I'm going to say this in front of Nick, who's here with Enterprise. I want the public to hear me. I'm not, we have to have a fleet. I'm here to solve problems.
Right,
And the average age of those 29 vehicles is 17 years old.
fair enough.
I had 5 police cars in the shop in the same week, not just for minor breaks.
I know.
Our squad truck is in Hops right now with either a seized-up transmission or a seized-up engine. The other vehicle that they have as part of their is 24 years old. So here's the thing. If council decides to not move forward with the fleet program, the city needs 7 first responder vehicles right now. When we look at the cost of those vehicles, it's not like you and I where we can just go buy a vehicle.
Oh, no, they're specialized
There's
vehicles,
an
I understand
outfitting,
that.
There's all the things, which the average cost is about $80,000.
Fair enough.
So with the way, what I'm trying to do is, and if all we do is buy, let's say we do 7, and we're, at this point, we will be in the red.
Right.
Make that happen.
Right.
If we don't do anything, if we don't continue to replace these vehicles at the average of 5 vehicles per year for the next, or 6 vehicles per year for the next 10 years, we will continue to find ourselves in this position.
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying.
And there's this perception out there that I don't understand, that the taxpayers pay for this because of enterprise. With that rationale, every single person that drives through our city and spends money inside of our city is a tax-paying citizen. We get that. But the world we come from, where I come from, with corporate and business accounting and all those things, the enterprise money that's going to pay for 34% of this is not coming from your taxpayer money that's going to taxes. It's being funneled through water, which, like the city of Joshua, okay, they don't have a water,
Right.
okay, so they buy all their water. We are a very fortunate city that we have water, and we buy very, very little of it,
Right.
okay? So you're going to buy that water no matter what from somewhere, whether it's Johnson County Special Utilities or, in this case, City of Keene. And so we're able to use that accounting to help supplement, and by leaning on that, we are able to address what I call an entire problem. The city has band-aided the fleet, buying less than 2 vehicles a year for the last 7 years. We will find ourselves in a situation, and trust me, I want streets and I want all those things, and I'm working on it, okay? I've been here 9 months.
2 steps forward, 1 step back. Or, sorry, 1 step forward, 2 steps back when it comes to basically buying the vehicles. We're going to be not have enough shortly.
And we're also about to experience rapid growth. I know there's this perception out there that we're landlocked. We're nowhere close to landlocked right now, and I'm going to share some statistics during the budget session. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to do is solve a problem for the city, not Band-Aid it. So whether we buy it or whether we lease it, it's going to be expensive. But if we don't start addressing it, we are going to have cops that are driving a vehicle and it breaks down. I could tell you multiple stories this year that are embarrassing stories because of the services that we're trying to provide to the community. So I hear you, and I was raised that leasing is bad. And it wasn't until I went into the corporate world and I started understanding kind of how the accounting and everything works that I feel confident that this is the way to solve the problem, not Band-Aid it.
I understand what you're talking about, and like I just, looked on there, and at $400,000 a year, you can buy 5 of those vehicles. Now it's over $400,000 a year, so you have a little change left over. You can buy those vehicles, and I'm a big believer in owning, not renting. And that's just me, And I get it. Your number happens to be 6. But you're telling me that if you trash 5 of those vehicles a year, you said for the next 10 years, right? You said 6 for the next 10 years, or otherwise we're going to be behind?
6, if you buy 6 vehicles at 5 a year, I'm sorry, we will get caught up. 6 vehicles, spending roughly $400,000 to $500,000 a year for the next 5 years, we will have fixed the fleet program.
Right. Like I said, though, it's, would it be tight? Yeah, I mean,
It's going to be tight no matter what.
yeah, I understand that. I do. And I'm not trying to be oppositional. I'm trying to hear what you're saying here. But like I said, $400,000 a year, it's not an exact number that I put in there, but, at $80,000, your number, that's 5 a year. If you replace the 5 either worst ones or the 5 most critical ones, for instance, let's say an ambulance, whatever the specialized vehicles, and I understand what you're talking about with specialized vehicles, okay? I mean, you can't just go down to, Hyundai dealership and get an ambulance. That's not how that works. So I understand that they cost more and they're harder to get, But again, big believer in owning, not in 5 to 6, 5 versus 6. Your number is 6. If you could find 5 in there and extend it by, let's say you said 10 years, you expend it 1 more year, you have replaced all of them and we own them and they're brand new. And you're telling me that, what was it, 13,000? I get it. 13,000 for that vehicle to lease, okay. How often in the first year do we have to actually fix these vehicles? First year, first 2 years, first 3 years? I mean, new cars are new cars, man. They rarely break down right away. Otherwise, you got a lemon.
And that's why the lease program is nice, because it forces us to keep the average age of the vehicles under 4 years. I've actually got numbers. Tell you what, I'm not going to read it. I'll just give it to you. This is from the city manager over in Joshua. I spent a lot of time researching people that have been doing it. Joshua's been doing it for 4 years. Alvarado's been doing it for 4 years. They're actually doing a cost analysis right now just to see if it is everything that Enterprise promised them. And there's also this misconception that, well, if they come in here, we have no say or control over these vehicles, which is absolutely not true. At the end of 4 years, if we're starting to get to the point where we need to rotate them out, if we want to just convert them into purchasing, we can. So to me, it solves a problem. It solves a problem. Again, like I said, doesn't mandate it. And it's not like they're holding a gun to our head and we're just completely stuck in this forever.
Right.
The reason they do 10 years is because they're also trying to factor in making sure that there's revenue that's coming back into the system.
I mean, I understand what you're talking about here. For me, Joshua is experiencing a lot of growth. I mean, a lot.
We're going to talk about that too.
Yeah, and I get that. That's not exactly my deal. I like Keene being a small town. I always say that I'm very proud of our 2 stoplights,
We don't
Exactly.
Well, except for
And,
maybe down there by-
and the last administration struck a deal for what, 300 new homes? You know? Yeah. And that's a lot of congestion and a lot of people. And then you lose the small town feel and the small town charm. I get it. You know, we need tax money. The world's expensive. I get it. But, you know, I moved here 5 years ago because it was quiet. I come from a place that's not quiet. I don't want to be in loud anymore. I don't want to be with a lot of, like, just packed up shoulder to shoulder. I don't need that, you know. I like living on a dead-end street in a small little town where nothing ever happens, you know. I'm the worst thing for most of you. I'm a Yankee. I'm a transplant, and I come from Chicago. I've been here in this state for 13 years. I don't want it to change. I hope it never changes, and I ain't leaving. You'll have to get a tow truck to get me out. Point is that I don't want loud anymore. And the more people you bring in, the more ability you have for loud.
Well, and I think people have this conception that city has total control over that, as evidenced by 3 tobacco, because when I moved here in 97,
Yeah,
as evidenced by 3 tobacco shops, I never thought I would ever see one.
and I've seen that, and I don't much care for it either.
Progress is going to happen
I
because
understand that.
people own land. They have a right to do with their land.
And they do. That's fair.
So at the end of the day, we can either try to be part of the progress, or we can just let it happen on its own without any guidance. And trust me, I hear what you're saying, and the goal is not to create, based on projections as far as I can tell, the most that this city can accommodate is about 15,000 people. So is it ever going to be Cleburne, Burleson? No, it's never going to be that.
Yeah.
But it is going to grow.
I understand that. I do. But
You or I or anybody can do about it.
I believe if it was, what's our current population at, do you know?
7,800, but
7,800, 8,000, be nice and call it 8,000?
we're projected to have about 3,000 to 4,000 growth in the next 5 years.
And that's slower, you know, but we don't need 15,000 tomorrow,
No,
you know? But yeah, okay, well, I'll take a look at this. Thank you.
yeah. Good talking with you.
Mr. Seitz, I just wanted to address one thing that you mentioned, because you said that we buy very little water, and I just want to respectfully disagree with that, because we did have a apocalypse, a snowmageddon a few years ago, and our wells were only able to sustain water for our citizens for 4 hours a day, and we had to do that under a rationing basis because we lost the ability to get water from JSUD that we purchase, and we have been purchasing about $500,000 worth of water over the course of many years since I've been in office. To me, that's a lot of water. We're buying 20 hours worth of water. We can only provide our citizens with 4 from the working wells that we have. That's not very much to me.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
wasn't 2 of our wells down during that period, and now they're back functional?
I don't know exactly which ones. I think we did have 1 well down at that point.
3, Mr. Smith saying 3. I remember
3 were down, including well 7, because of the major repair.
We can
Those-
ask the
those are all
finance
back
director,
online
and she can tell us how much
Anyway,
she's
it's just
spending
not a
right
good
now on
look to
water.
be saying that
I'm
to
going
the
to
city
play
manager.
the attorney here. We're going way off topic. We do purchase some water compared to other cities. We purchase very little, and with the water grant, we are going to be looking to add more so we can purchase even less. So
Won't we be purchasing more when all these developments come in, though?
that's why we're trying to add more water infrastructure
No.
with the water grant.
All right, is there anybody else that would like to speak during the public hearing, talking about the budget, the proposed fiscal year 2025-2026 budget?
Okay, Mayor,
Go ahead.
I know some residents are not here that have taken time to speak, who have spoken to me in person. And I can tell you, even though Councilman Chuck easily says, hey, prove it, show it, and all that stuff, but that's another talk for another time. The problem here, if you can understand very well, it's not about the fleet, if we need to lease or we need to buy outright, how many years our fleet, we normally hold our fleets. The problem here, if the council can be able to understand, is about the priorities. There are so many things out there that the council should be able, and the city manager and the staff should be able to prioritize, but the residents are feeling like there's a disconnect. We might think we know the residents we are representing, but there's a big disconnect. And when they hear that we want to spend $500,400, even though I was told by Councilman Rolf Fossa that my number was off in the previous meeting, the thing is, we have to write that check, $500,000, before we sell the vehicles to get that credit, maybe $100,000 to offset that. So that check that we are writing is what I'm talking about. So there's the priority out there, there's a big disconnect. This is the reason why. When I speak to the residents, there are so many things that they want us to address. And their concern is, if you're going to be spending $500,000 or $400,000 every single year for the next 10 years, then they feel like, those who live around, is it Meseto and Shady Oak, between there, they always have a sewer backup. And that's priority number one. We have back here behind Serial, we have Presidential. They have been talking about upgrading their water line. They have to wait if you're going to get into this. There's Honeysuckle. I don't know if the city manager have you driven on Honeysuckle? No, recently. Yes. Okay. So there are a lot of concerns. We have Hills Estate behind us here, the one that we just annexed.
Mayor, is this germane to the council?
It's public comments about,
We're still discussing, we're doing public hearing items.
it's public.
Yes, this is public.
But you have to keep with the budget agenda item, not list every problem in town.
I'm not saying I'm just telling you the
So get to the
priority.
point.
Yeah, I'm getting to the point.
Let's go.
The Hills Estate here, we have Hill Line, North Hills, Terrace, Streets. They have to wait. There's a concern there. We have West and East 4th Street. They have to wait.
Mayor,
which is
you
a
have to step in. This is a violation of the Open
It's-
Meetings Act.
He's discussing
I'm
the
discussing
priorities
about
of the budget that would be
I'm
acceptable.
sharing,
None of that stuff is in this budget. There's nothing in this budget about Hillcrest, 4th Street, Mockingbird, or Honeysuckle. Let's keep it with what's germane to the budget. Thank you.
it's public, yeah, I'm just trying to share the concern that I'm having that is connected to this leasing. It's a concern that I'm bringing to you. Okay, we have Santa Fe, we have Texas Avenue, we have Ray Street, Lee, Alaska, Hiawatha. They have to wait.
Mayor.
We have the sidewalks, they have to wait.
Mayor.
I understand.
Okay.
Let him get to his
I'm
point.
finishing.
This isn't,
We have Etherline Street, which has a drainage system issue. They have to wait. So there are many, that's what we should be talking about. But when we bring in this $500,400,000, these have to be pushed in the back burner. And that's why most of the residents, how they are mad about this. So I'm just telling you, it's just something general. I'm not talking about specifics.
Yes,
Thank
you are.
Why didn't you bring this up months ago?
I'm just telling
Why
you.
didn't you ask for these streets to be agenda items months ago?
We are not discussing about the streets. I'm telling you the
You were
problem.
discussing about the streets. You
I'm not
discussed every street.
He's discussing about the budget and how we're prioritizing our money and what we're spending it on. That's the
And I'm
basis
asking
of
why
his
he didn't bring
discussion.
this to our attention months ago. We all know that we need streets. We need 25 miles of 52 miles of streets. Are you ready to issue a public bond to repair the streets? Because it's going to take
That's the discussion we should have.
$52 million.
That's the discussion we should have.
I agree.
Thank you, thank you.
And I think we should let the citizens vote on it. If they want to have a $52 million bond, let them vote it.
If you listen to the citizens, are they wanting a fleet plan or are they wanting their streets fixed? I think is what he's trying to reason out.
What you all are forgetting is that we have a fleet of 29 vehicles with an average age of 17 years.
I understand.
Failing.
They're not going to run until the clouds split and Jesus comes back. I've been on council for 7 years. We've purchased 12 vehicles in that time. That's about 1.5 every year. So with 29 vehicles, we're looking at how many years before we get this fleet replaced?
We won't.
You've spoken to some people, Thomas. You tell me, what's their answer? I'll wait.
What are you asking about?
Did you not follow?
No, you're asking about,
I'm saying, you speak to the citizens. They're telling you they don't want the fleet to be leased. What do they want? How do they expect us to replace our fleet?
do you want an answer from me?
I'm looking right at you, and I'm asking you the question. You've
That's-
talked to the citizens. Obviously, none of the rest of us have.
That,
I have.
That's what I'm
I
telling
have.
you.
Told me today.
That's what I'm telling you. Fleet is not even, doesn't even come top number 3.
That's what I'm telling you.
Oh.
That's the problem, Councilman Gutwa, is that the fleet is a major problem. 5 cop cars in the shop in 1 week.
One
That's-
fire department vehicle down this week.
Yep, yep. And the list goes on.
If we can't respond to first responder calls, people die. You realize that? If the fire department can't respond to their calls, and the chief was telling me 2 days ago, he had 3 calls in a span of 15 minutes. They were spread so thin, but they covered all 3 calls. Now imagine they don't have a vehicle to get there. Do you want them to ride a bike?
So what's the answer?
I don't have an answer. You want me to give you an
You're
answer?
exactly right. You
We are
don't have
bringing-
an answer.
we have an
All you want to
answer.
do
We're
is
here
just,
to discuss.
Yeah, we're looking at an answer.
Mr. Johnson, would you like to speak?
Yeah, Ray Johnson, 1009 Christine Street. You know, we got 5 cruisers, like they saying. He's talking about the Elmers. We have problems with the Elmers cars all the time. What we gonna do here in the next couple of years with the fire Elmers trucks? How we gonna go with them guys? That's what people need to really be thinking about. Right now, I'm concerned about our police cruisers, honestly. If we don't have no cop cars here, we need to just get rid of them. I told the chief that many times. I told you guys that many times. People could get mad, but if we ain't got them, what we need them for? What, we gonna come, I'll have picnics with them and party if they wanna come here and do that, but if we don't figure something out here soon, what you guys are gonna do, it's just, you guys are killing time. I mean, if, I talk to people every day, and that, nobody knows, but they don't complain to you guys, but I would talk to 3 people, they don't want it, but they don't wanna come down here and say nothing, so
Amen.
if you don't come speak for yourself, I can't come and protect you. I'm not your bodyguard. So something's got to be done. We're just sitting here killing time on all this stuff, either a yeah or no. I mean, because everybody's tired of hearing about it. I mean, it's going to happen or it's not going to happen. But our cops are definitely needing cars. I mean, that's something that we have to handle.
Mayor.
Thanks.
Ms. Gillen, would you like to speak again? Council, do you have any objection? Ms. Gillen speaking again?
Okay, I think one thing that we're missing here is that our police officers, if these cars are breaking down, they're in a high-speed chase or something, and my kid's father was a police officer. And so believe you me, if he's killed in a car accident because he's got unfit equipment to use to do his pursuits or whatever else, we're not thinking about the human being behind that wheel. It's a machine. It needs to have maintenance. If this company can maintain it better than what we can do on our own, and I'm not meaning to take away business from Mr. Hops or whatever, but our first concern should be, yes, the budget, but also those lives behind the wheel of those cars and what they need to do their jobs. Because if you're not going to give them the equipment to do their jobs, what do you need a budget for?
Ms. Reesley?
I'd like to address something that has been talked about briefly. We keep putting a 10-year timeline on this thing, and that's not the case. There is no timeline on replacing cars in the city of Keene. If we're going to have a city, we need to replace 3 to 7 cars per year, every year, as long as we have a city. Because we have currently 50-some in our fleet now, we're looking to replace 29. Do simple math. If we do 5 a year, in 6 years, we've replaced those 30 cars, but guess what? The first 5 you bought 6 years ago, it's time to replace them right now, the 7th year. It is perpetual. It is for the remainder, as long as city of Keene wants to be a city, we need to replace 3 to 7 vehicles per year. End of story. There is no timeline. It's not 10 years. It's as long as we want to be in business.
Okay, Mayor,
Mayor?
just,
Go ahead, Mr.
just,
Cooper.
you said it's not 10 years.
No, it's forever.
Yes, but minimum, what we are talking about, unless another council comes and changes the direction, we are going to write 10 checks per this plan.
We're at one. We can.
Oh, so we let 4 million? and-
No, the next council, the next budget can totally trash everything we do. But we're trying to set a precedent. We're trying to set a good example for the future.
Do you know how much it costs when you cancel? You have to keep paying until you finish, and you don't have the title. So, things like that.
Mayor?
That's,
All right, Mr. Foster.
If I could follow up on something that Mrs. Gillen said. According to the information that we were provided by Enterprise during their presentation that Nick did, it's talking about safety. And it says 23 of our fleet predate, in other words, don't have electronic stability control standardization, which according to studies shows it's the most significant safety invention since the seatbelt. And 16 of those cars or vehicles predate anti-lock brake standardization. So there is a safety issue here. It should not be taken lightly.
I'd also like to interject too. Again, we keep talking about 10 years. Nick, a simple shake of the head or no. Are we locked into 10 years? The city of Alvarado right now is coming out of their first rotation after 4 years, evaluating whether or not they want to just go ahead and keep the vehicles, or if they want to allow Enterprise to start selling them and replacing them. So again, I'm just trying to solve a problem that the city has.
Mayor and council, you say that there's an emergency. Like, I know, in this same room, I think we had an emergency, and the council did a very responsible thing. The fire truck and the brush truck. Are we locked into a lease agreement? We solved it.
we're locked into a big.
So if we have our police officers having issues, I'm just saying,
it's a non-issue.
I'm just saying, if our,
Lease those for the last time.
No,
All right,
he's making a
Um,
point
Mr.
about.
maybe
Foster,
you are
you're out of order.
misunderstanding.
Mr. Gutwa has the floor.
I'm saying the council solved that problem, and we are not under any lease. We paid for it, the county helped us a little bit. It was a tough decision.
So are you willing to agree to purchase 5 vehicles this year and 5 vehicles next year and 5 vehicles the year after that for a tune of $450 or more?
Okay, what I'm telling you is, if the police is having issues that you're talking about, the council should be able to look into those and look for the best way to solve that. But locking 10 years lease, I don't think it's a very
Well,
good way to go.
the gentleman from Enterprise just said a 10-year lease. He shook his head, no, we're not locked in. So you're telling the citizens something that's false because he just told me that we're
He
not
told
locked
us
in.
at his presentation that when we sign
This
the
is-
contract, it takes 5 years to pay it out. So even when we cancel the contract, we still have to pay off the cost of that vehicle, and it takes 5 years to do it. The payment doesn't
Maybe we
stop.
should have
He
the
told us
man
that.
himself, since he's in the audience, come up and address that issue. Would you mind, sir?
Put you on the hot seat.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me here. I appreciate it. It's good to see everyone again. How it works is every vehicle that we acquire has a financial schedule tied to it. And there's not a lease term that's 10 years. 10 years is, only thing 10 years is significant, sorry.
Is your microphone on? I just want to make sure the
it's-
public can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Let's stay a little close to it. So the only significance of the 10 years is that's the period of time I build the analysis over.
Correct.
It has no bearing on contractual, has no bearing on lease schedules, has no bearing on financial amortizations or anything of that nature. But it's just a period of time. The reason I build it over 10 years, just so you're aware, because it's really easy to show cost savings in the first 3 or 4 years because we're acquiring new vehicles, we're also selling off your existing vehicles, and we have resale coming in from some of the lease vehicles that we're cycling every 3 or 4 years as well. So, and the reason 10 years is significant is I like to show sustainability over a long period of time of buying and selling assets. And quite frankly, how you fund them is sort of irrelevant to what we're really trying to accomplish here. The only reason we're using a financing mechanism, which is leasing, and it's very different leasing than you're talking about, is because the city does not have a massive VERF vehicle vehicle equipment replacement fund sitting around. So we have to use some sort of financing mechanism in order to kickstart the program and get the fleet starting to replace. So every vehicle in the fleet has a financial schedule tied to it. So a finance schedule that's tied to it.
And how long is that average
Typically-
financial
Typically
schedule?
we're gonna amortize them over 4 to 5 years.
So that's why you said when we cancel the contract, if we had just gotten a vehicle right before we canceled it, we have to continue paying the financial schedule of that vehicle for 4 to 5 more years.
Yeah, if you want to continue to operate that vehicle or
Turn it in.
you can turn it in, we can sell it, you can pay it down, and the lease payment portion stops at that moment in time. But I think the one thing that seems to, I mean, it sounds like few people grasp it, is your fleet expense. If you decide to purchase 0 vehicles into perpetuity, your fleet expense does not go away. It's there forever. You have no control over it whatsoever. You have no control over what you spend on maintenance, you have no control over what you're spending on fuel, because you gotta unless you don't have a city, to your point, you're still gonna have a fleet to maintain, and there's an operational cost to it. And you're not gonna be able to run vehicles out for 40, 50 years, right? You're gonna have to have them. So your fleet expense is there, no matter what you do. And this is all about, can we spend those dollars more effectively than you historically have? And by knowing when to buy and sell assets at the appropriate amount of time, that lowers your operating costs as low as we possibly can get it, and keeps revenue coming into the system historically is not there. And that's what makes it sustainable for a long period of time, and allows you to have newer, safer vehicles for your employees, and be able to respond to those incidents that occur throughout the city. And that enables you to focus on your roads and things like that in subsequent budgets, and make changes, rather than having to constantly worrying about the fleet. It's really meant to create sustainability for a long period of time. That's the goal, and for the cities that we work with throughout the state, that's what we've been able to accomplish. And so I think that I would just feel like that point of the fleet expense is not going away. It seems to be missed in some cases. Fair question, Scott.
All right, is anybody else that would like to speak during the public hearing before I close out the public hearing? All right, Mr. Johnson?
Just thinking, who's paying for all the lights and stuff to be put on these cars? Who's responsible for that? Us? The city? I'm sorry, sir? Oh, you did? It's all. Okay. That's all I wanted to ask. I mean, I was kind of wondering how
Okay.
that was going to work. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, at 7:00 PM, I'm going to close the public hearing. Agenda item number 6, consent agenda. Council, do you have anything under consent that you would like to remove for further discussion?
Okay, may I like to remove consent agenda item A?
Okay. Now I need a motion from council to accept agenda item number 6A.
A or B? If he removes A, we're doing B.
Did he remove, was it A he said, or B? I thought he said B. You removing A or B?
A,
A.
Sorry.
item
Thank
A.
you, Mr. Easley. Okay, then I need an agenda item, a motion to accept item 6B.
I make a motion to accept consent agenda item 6B as presented.
Second.
We have a motion to accept agenda item 6B as presented by Easley and a second by Fifth. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous, motion is carried. Agenda item number 6A, consider approval and adoption of the revised draft of the Keene City Council Rules of Order and Procedure.
Yes, Mayor, I've read all the updates that have been made. I know we did add item, that's number 6, D6, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem absent. But I'm having a concern as a council. A few people have asked me about that. I told them, they were asking what is called to question. I told them it's just a Robert rule that kind of, in a way, you cut the debate. If somebody's talking, you don't want them talking, you cut them off. You know, they say, why do you do that for a small city like Keene? I know cities like Fourth Ward, they have a meeting like 11 hours. They start in the morning up to maybe 11 o'clock at night, especially budget season. But a small city like here, we have heard from the residents discussing, if we were to put a clock here and say 3 minutes, I guarantee you we could have not had the feedback that we have gotten from the citizens. So by using call to question, which we don't normally sometimes even follow, I don't know if that's the best way for the city to go.
So do you understand the purpose of call to question?
Shutting somebody up,
No, it's
you cut the debate, and that you don't want to hear them, you just cut.
correct, because
Yes.
because they are filibustering. It's a filibuster stop. You know what filibuster is, right?
Yeah, I know what it is.
Civics. Okay. I mean, it was 7th grade, a long time ago for me, but I still remember it.
Yes, but when it's used appropriately, it's good. But when
Yeah.
it's used, we have used it, and
That's
the
the
residents
purpose.
know how to connect the dot. They are like, what is
Oh,
called to question?
I've not had one resident complain to me about it.
No,
I
I've
understand
been
Robert's
asked
Rules of
about it.
Order.
It doesn't
So-
apply to the citizens when they're speaking to us. It only applies to the council members addressing one another on a motion that's on the floor.
But you are
Well, the-
representing that voice out there. When you shut it down, they understand what that means. You don't want to listen to concerns. Like Councilman Bob Chapman, if he's speaking about something, and then I just say call to question, I don't want to hear from your constituents.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It sounds rude, but it's something that we want to look into, like, do we want to go that road? Because we have used it and abused it in the past few
It's typically used.
council meetings.
It's typically used when we've gone in a circular motion and we've discussed the item 3 times, we keep hammering the same nail, and we don't need to keep hammering the same nail. We get it, we don't agree with it, so call the questions, let's move on.
And it requires 2/3 vote of the council to end debate,
Which is a supermajority.
which is 4 of us.
But we have never, have we ever allowed the mayor to call for the vote? We normally say, call to question, second, and then we move on. Or sometimes we even ignore it.
Well, I'm just saying, it says right here, if you keep reading, 2/3 vote is required for passage. So there you
Okay.
go.
We do
So-
need to ask the attorney whether or not it requires the mayor's, recognition of that person to speak, because there are some motions that do not allow for it and some that do. And I believe call of question does. It doesn't specify that in this thing. It just says to end a debate. So it means that somebody can just shout it out, as Mr. Gut was saying, and a second person just shout out the second. And I
No.
don't believe that follows Robert's Rules of Order.
Mayor, if I can, that would be, so see, if I stopped your speech right now, then you could say, point of order, you are interrupting, which would overrule what I would be trying to say. So it's not meant to silence Mr. Gutwa or Mr. Easley in the middle of in the middle of your conversation. It's meant to wait for Mr. Easley to finish speaking, and then I say, call the question, and then somebody can second it or not. That's how it should work, or else we're already breaking other rules. If he interrupts me while I'm speaking, then I can say, point of order,
Claiming my time.
you should not interrupt me based on the rules and procedures. You would find that I was correct in that and ask for me to finish before he could speak again. So
Okay.
that's how that would work. So there is no interrupting Mr. Gutwa in the middle of one of his fantastic
It
speeches.
happened tonight, Mr. Smith.
Well, I mean, it's
More than once by Mr. Foster, and he knows it. He's agreeing and he's nodding with me right now. He interrupted Mr. Goodwill. This is why I called him out of order, and that's in the Rules of Order on number 3.
And
A
that's-
person shall neither, I'm sorry, I'm talking. A person shall neither by conversation or otherwise delay or interrupt the proceedings or the peace of the meeting, nor disturb any other person while speaking, or refuse to obey the orders of the mayor.
But the mayor was not controlling the meeting. We could have been in violation of the Open Meetings Act. That's why Councilman Foster was trying to interrupt. And I think that was
Yes,
clear.
and I determined that we had not.
But you're not an attorney.
He was speaking about the budget.
And for the record, I was speaking and you actually interrupted me when I was speaking just now. And then I tried to come over the top of you and you pointed a finger at me. So I'm trying to be cordial, but I was just explaining the way that this is, it's written. So that way, so it's not meant to cut somebody off. So that was actually false and that should be retracted.
All right, any further discussion on this item?
I make a motion that we approve item A on the consent agenda.
I'll second.
I have a motion on the floor to approve Agenda Item 6A by Smith and a second by Shaw. All in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed, motion is carried. All right, Agenda Item number 7, General Business Items for discussion. We are here to receive a report, review, discuss, and give direction to staff concerning the proposed budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. I'd just like to remind council of the conversation that we just had, that we're going to maintain order and decorum and show courtesy toward each other and not interrupt each other while they're speaking.
Mayor, before we get into the budget, I do have a report that, with council's permission, I would like to kind of go over and read. There's several things in this report that I would like to address, and I went ahead and typed it just because I wanted to make sure that, I maintained factual but also addressed, as councilmen that have come and talked with me one-on-one, one of the biggest costs to any organization is turnover. And so I went ahead and finally did that, got this report, so I can let council and our citizens understand where revenue leakage really is, okay? We like to focus on fleet, and we like to focus on all these things that are monetary, but as I've told you, when there's dysfunction within an organization, the costs way outweigh anything monetary. So first, and Mayor, you'll have to forgive me because some of this is directed at you, but it is kind of your misinformation that has been surfacing on Facebook. First, in a post dated September 6th, there was an argument made starting with a number of $3,690,984 for the Water Sewer Fund on page 36. Then goes through a scenario where the quote numbers that may have been, there is some truth to those numbers, except not when you put them all together. First of all, a fund, by definition, when it comes to government accounting, is not a bank account. The definition of a fund is a self-contained accounting entity with its own set of accounts for assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenditures. With these accounting items listed, it will never match a bank account as at the bank as mentioned. Water and sewer have land, wells, water tanks, buildings, trucks, tools, just to name some of the types that are listed in a fund asset. The post then goes on through a scenario where we will be broke within a matter of months. This is not the way business works. For instance, there was the quote that we spend $1.1 million a month. Although there are certainly months that this happens, we don't look at the health of a business this way. Expenses are the cost of doing business. One of the indicators we use in business is business days for cash on hand. The ideal amount varies by industry, business size, revenue stability, and city. Recommendations often range from 30 to 180 days of operating expenses for the stability and resilience against financial shocks. To determine the right amount for a business, you have to calculate the ratio of cash to average daily operating expenses, then compare it to the industry benchmarks. This is something our auditors do each year. Although we are just now starting last year's audit because there were so many things we needed to fix inside the accounting department and within our systems, our last audit statement showed that we had 162 days on hand. This shows that our city is very stable. Within our monthly expenses, there are so many variables like grant money paying for items, pass-through accounts such as trash, water, expenses to ensure to have water and sewer, but are offset with revenue coming in, EDC Type A, Type B funds going out to fund projects, and allocated expenses, and the list goes on. In these posts, it stirs up fear in our community when we should be celebrating the blessings that God is pouring down on our community. It costs money to run a business, and there are so many problems that we do need to solve. Some issues are more urgent because right now the city is in dire need of first responder, in particular vehicles. At the minimum, well, I already went over this earlier. Second, there was a post that all staff will receive a 3% cost of living increase and department heads will receive a 5% cost of living increase. This is absolutely not true. It is more important to our leadership team that the teams we lead receive the larger increase, and honestly, they would have been fine with no increase because that is the type of servant leadership we have here. I decided it was important that we as a city don't continue to get too far behind the other cities' compensation since we already are. So staff are receiving a 5%, outside of first responders who have a step plan, and for the most part, directors are receiving 3%. Third, in the same post, it was mentioned that the city secretary received her raise regardless of certifications. Holly has a master's degree in library science, is a certified public manager and certified public communicator, and will be done with Texas Registered Municipal Clerk certification in March of 2026, a certification that was required by council. All of these are graduate level certifications from Texas universities, for the record, based on a pay analysis we have shared, based on a pay analysis that was shared with me by the city of Alvarado and some additional research. Our entire leadership team is anywhere from 15 to 25% below the market within Johnson County. I only mention this because they are here because they love the city of Keene and not here for the money. Fourth, I have an email to council stating that the Tahoe is currently in the fleet program projections, but not the brush truck. There are rumors out there that we are going to be taking vehicles away from the fire department. At the end of the day, the city has final say on what vehicles go in and out of the fleet and when we want to sell them. For the record, we have our squad truck at the shop because it has a seized up transmission or engine. We are trying to solve problems for the city that is rapidly becoming much bigger problems. Lastly, I want to discuss the cost the city because of the constant turnover. And before I do, I wanted to share an email from a resident who actually called, and it was very much a godsend because staff does at times feel beat up. She wanted to portray to the team, everyone in the city is doing a great job, no matter what is said in the public. I know that you all care about the city and the residents, and you all work so hard with what little you have. I have lived in Keene for 45 plus years, and this is the worst negativity I've ever seen over the years. And I don't want that to get you all down. Be proud, stay positive, and keep doing the wonderful work. You've all heard me say that my number one focus is to bring stability to the city of Keene, and this is why. Constant turnover at the director level in a business or city hall carries significant monetary and operational costs. Often far beyond the direct cost of hiring replacements, these costs can generally be broken into direct costs, indirect costs, and opportunity costs. First, direct costs. These are most visible expenses tied to turnover. Recruitment costs, advertising, headhunter fees, background checks, and staff time for interviews. Executive recruitment firms often charge 20 to 35% of that annual salary. For a $120,000 salary, this would be $24,000 to $42,000 per hire. Onboarding and training, HR processing, IT setup, and training time can range from $3,000 to $10,000 per hire. Severance and payout. If contracts include severance pay or unused leave payouts, costs can be tens of thousands. Indirect costs. These often exceed direct costs and affect the entire organization. Lost productivity. New directors need 6 to 12 months to reach full productivity. During this time, staff may lack direction, slowing projects, and decision-making. This one was very visible to me when I started. I heard from A and B boards and everybody about how we're not getting anything done in the city. Knowledge drain. Departing leaders take institutional knowledge, relationships, and historical content with them. Morale and engagement decline. Constant leadership changes lead to instability, higher stress, and possibly more resignations. Project delays and mistakes. Lack of continuity can lead to errors, missed grant deadlines, budget inefficiencies, or compliance risks. A Society for Human Resource Management, SHRM, study estimates indirect costs can be 100 to 250% of the director's annual salary when factoring in productivity loss and disruption. And I'll tell you right now, we had a cost of $7,500 for a tax attorney because we're being audited because something simple as a 941 had not been filed for years. Opportunity costs. These are hard to measure, but can be even more damaging. Strategic drift. Without steady leadership, organizations lose momentum on long-term goals and innovation. The community wonders why we aren't further ahead. Here's why. Reputation damage. Frequent turnover signals instability to employees, citizens, investors, and partner agencies. I've had multiple businesses say they did not come here because of the dysfunction of this city. Funding and partnerships. Granting agencies or private partners may hesitate if leadership changes frequently. So it goes on to actually do the formula to where total per turnover cost is anywhere from $135,000 to $320,000. So I did a little research in the last 7 years. I looked at every single director position in this city. On this piece of paper, there are 31 in 7 years director changes. After doing a little digging, 31 director changed positions or they left the city. Of the 31 individuals, 23 have left the city. Based on the above formula, even if we go with the lowest cost of $135,000, the city is looking at a negative impact to the city of $3,105,000. This is how businesses are run, y'all. This isn't me making up numbers. This is something that I was trained in college. And if we go to the higher, on the high end, it's $7,360,000. I have had 7 of these individuals on this list reach out to me personally and tell me that they left Keene because of toxicity and good luck. If citizens are truly concerned about moving their city forward, then this is where they need to focus their attention. This is the first time in at least 5 years that we have had every position at both the director and mid-level management filled. These are not just warm bodies, but hard-working, God-fearing people that are here because they love the city we serve. I also want to do away with some other myths that we're landlocked and all these other things. We are not landlocked, and we won't until we reach around 15,000 plus citizens. We have 471 acres that are zoned commercial that still need to be developed. Currently, we have 98 acres that have already been developed commercially, and with an annual sales tax revenue of $1,363,718 for the rolling 12, that works out to $13,915 per acre. If you apply this comparison math to the 471 acres, this equals an additional $6,553,965. And for the record, $13,915 per acre is low. With what we are trying to develop, this average revenue per acre will only go up. I've been meeting with other city managers, and they've shared with me, and I can't disclose names and all that, but there are certain fast food restaurants right around our city that have the same amount of people that drive through the city that generates $50,000 to $60,000 per month in sales tax revenue. There's a small manufacturing facility right here in our county and it used to be a client of mine 20 years ago, that generates $200,000 in sales tax revenue per month to the city. And right now, Dawn and I have been working on bringing this actual manufacturing facility that way outshadows this and brings 100 jobs to the city of Keene. So you'll have to forgive me if I don't engage in these social media posts, but my team is already spread thin, and we're working hard to bring stability to this city. So we have spent hundreds of hours analyzing this budget and everything else. And my only challenge to council is, if there's a better way to solve problems, I promise we are all ears. But what I do know is that we cannot just continue to turn a blind eye to these problems, because at some point, the city will pay for it. And the only other option is, all right, next time a vehicle blows up, I have to stroke a check, and then we're the bad guys anyway. So,
I'd just like to remind council that we are here to discuss and receive a report, review and discuss and give direction to staff on the budget. So while I appreciate Mr. Sight's words, they were out of order because you're sitting here talking about my Facebook post and other comments and reading an email that really should have been addressed during the public comments of the meeting portion, not this agenda item. That would be a violation. Yes,
I know in the past, you know, before he got here, we had Mike Page, we had these other people. The ones that been leaving, he doesn't really, he probably does it, but he doesn't. A lot of it's because of the situation that the city manager in, how he did things. And it's, everyone since I've been running this council realm, been the same way for 15 years when John Ackerman was a mayor here. It's who they want, they put people in these positions, and then when new people come in, they have to leave because they can't do their job. You know, they don't look back on, I was telling him the other night, you know, they need to check up on it ain't going to make sure they're doing their job right, making sure they know how to get these people to do their job correct. And when they don't do it, they get all upset and then they want to leave, and then they blame it on, you know, but nobody ever asks. I said that, why do people quit? There's a reason why people quit working. If it's a good place to work, you're gonna stay there. If it ain't, you'll go somewhere and find out a better job. But it ain't always better on the other side, but I'm just saying, that's a problem, a lot of people are leaving, because you had people in here corrupt, had this place all screwed up. Don know what I'm talking about that, but it's a joke when it comes to
Thank you,
that.
Mr. Johnson.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
I've got a question, so, it's budget related, I promise.
Okay.
So, you had given us a previous book, and now we have another book, so I'm gonna reference to the old book. It is on page 10, and, it's general fund comprehensive summary, and there's a franchise fees, and the 24 year was 320,000. This year was 296, and now it's at 576. And this is concerning revenues for the city. So can you give us a synopsis of what those franchise fees are? So that way, I mean, this is a positive thing, so I want to make sure we're clear on that, right? This is a revenue stream, so
What page was that on, Mr. Smith?
it was on page 10,
10,
so of the old book.
Can you show me what the page looks like? At this, a lot of this I'm going to defer to my finance director.
And that's fine. I mean,
Okay.
I'm glad our directors are here tonight for that very reason, so. But it showed a huge increase, and so I wanted to find out what that increase was for, find out what franchise fees actually means, just so that way the citizens understand, we understand, what the growth is for that line item. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Smith. Franchise fees, I wish you would look at the new one. It would break it down better. So you are correct. In the previous years, we have budgeted for $240,000 for franchise fees. Now, franchise fees is a fee that we imposed on business to do the right of doing business in the city of Keene. So historically, we have imposed the franchise fee tax to Atmos, United Co-op, and what's the big one? Encore. So the numbers that you see in fiscal year 2024 and 2025 reflects only those four vendors. Four vendors. And what you see in 2025 and 2026 is a franchise fee that we have decided as a strategic plan to, let me just explain. While the city of Keene we recognized as a municipality that we own the water sewer enterprise, right? We know that it operates as a business. It actually, the revenue is given to the cost of providing reliable water and sewer. But at the same time, water sewer as a business, as an enterprise, also benefiting from the city services. So what we're doing is that we are now imposing franchise fees on our water sewer enterprise. What we're doing usually, franchise tax varies between 8 to 12. And this year, we are trying it at 6% for the water sewer. It comes out to $283,000 and can't remember the last three numbers, but about $283,000, Councilman Smith.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And just to kind of add on top of that too, there was some comments about, well, we want to see more money in the water and sewer. Well, if you went off what the actual revenue was at the end of any given year, there would be a lot more money in the bank if you just went off that number. The problem is the city's been acting as basically a financing the water,
Finance
the
institution.
enterprise, and all we're doing, like I said, is doing accounting properly. And I've told several of you that have come to meet with me one-on-one, I was flying completely blind for the first 6 months. Now that we have things built correctly the way they should be done in business, a year from now, I will have an actual look into the story of the business. So this year, it's going to take us a year, unfortunately, but at least we get to build from here. So, and that's kind of the beauty of it is we are way low compared to what other cities are doing. So there's still room there to help support our city with growth.
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Mr. Foster.
if I'm not mistaken, the franchise fees page is page 24.
Oh, thank you, because I
On the
couldn't
new
find
one,
it.
yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I had for, I want to give everybody else a chance. I'm flipping through pages trying to find my
Yes, sir.
my notes here.
May I sit down?
Thank you.
If I may, Mayor, Councilman, the second book, you will notice that it has an extra column on the very right-hand side. So what I have made sure that you all see is we gave you the first book. The first book, in reference to the second book, sorry, it would be the column second to the right. So there is a column that says fiscal year 2026, FY26, proposed budget 82525. And the new one with fleet calculated in the budget is the one that says FY 2026 proposed budget with fleet 091125. I hope that helps.
Do you know what page we find the water sewer fund in this new book that we just got, what page number it's on? I'm flipping through a loose flit here without being in a binder, so.
I think in the old one is page 23.
In 23. All right, so my question about the water and sewer comprehensive summary, which I did post about, and there's an ending fund balance of $3,690,984. So where is that money? Are you saying that's not liquid cash? Are you saying that that's also including assets?
When you're dealing with fund accounting for business and city, a fund doesn't, yes, fund is a term used in the bank, but when you're dealing with accounting, a fund is all-inclusive of expenditures. That's why when you look at it and you look at all the different line items, it has liabilities in there, it has the assets, it has everything.
Okay.
And so just like our city is actually doing very well. The value of our city is way more than our bank ever could be.
Then how do I find out how much cash is in our water sewer fund? What have we had carry over from previous years?
That is the million-dollar question that
I know, I've been asking it for 7 years.
And in order to drill down into, here's the thing, at the end of the day, I don't know if we will ever know. I think moving forward with the new accounting system, we will be able to tell you and at some point switch it out. But here's the thing, so let's just say there's $2 million in the bank, all right? If you look at the way we were doing accounting, I guarantee you that was all came from water and sewer. But the problem is that we were supplementing director roles, all the things that a normal enterprise would have to provide to run their business. We were running it over here. And so at the end of the day, that money is a combination of water, sewer, bringing in revenue, and us really cutting a whole lot of cost out of what it would normally cost to run a business that size.
And you agree that it should be separated, correct?
Eventually,
These are two separate entities. The Water Sewer Fund is supposed to fund itself.
I'll let her-
And it should be separate from the general fund. And I know you've discussed it before, opening up another account.
Yes.
And we had one years and years ago, and then a previous finance director, I won't mention her name, combined all of our funds into one account, and then it got blurred. The lines of our cash as to who it belonged to got blurred.
Yes, ma'am. So actually, so there is the government, government accounting is a little bit different than what I'm used to. It is, thank God, it's just fund accounting, so I'm very familiar with it. So one thing that government fund has is what they call pool cash, where they pool all their cash. And I think that, the finance director many years ago have chosen to just pool all the cash into like one big account, bank account. The problem that I am facing right now, I can put my hand in my heart and I can tell you every single transaction that is in the bank is being recorded currently every day. The moment we see an income coming in, whether it's water, whether it's municipal, whether it's permit or whatever it is, it's recorded right away. The problem is I cannot tell you. There's not anything wrong, by the way, having just like one bank account. The problem is that we are so behind in the bank reconciliation. And what I have done, I cannot do the bank reconciliation from 2024, 2025 up because I still don't have the beginning balance of each year. And hopefully, I don't know if you actually noticed that, the city manager actually referenced that we are officially starting our audit for 23-24. I am hoping to have it done in 3 months, and starting January, I'm going to start the 2025 to 2026 audit, and therefore, by March 31st, God willing, we'll be caught up. And just to be sure, we are only 1 year behind, and I felt, anyway, I am asking for time for us to do that, but I can tell you, once everything is done for 2023, I will be able to 23-24. I will be able to tell you at any time how much we have in the bank, in the one pool of cash that belongs to general fund, and how much for water sewer. Just to answer your question, the water sewer begins on page 95.
95?
Yes, and just as a reference, as the franchise fees that I mentioned, it says Water Sewer Comprehensive Summary, page 95 in the new book. Now, I just want to make sure that when I said we are imposing the franchise fees that you see as a revenue in the general fund, you will see a corresponding expenses in the water sewer on page 101. It's broken out by water and then sewer. The $283,000 and some odd numbers is basically, if you can see, like it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the fifth line. It's $179,189 for franchise fees from the water distribution department, and the other one is the franchise fees under sewer department. That's $104,431. That's just to make sure that like it's tallying up what we expense. Water sewer is reflecting in the revenue, like on the other side in general fund. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's what's, go ahead.
If
All right.
it's a follow-up, go ahead.
Yeah, here's what scares me about the money. It has nothing to do with you, Mary. You're doing an excellent job. I have no problems with you.
Yeah.
But I've been tracking it for 7 years.
Yes.
And when I study this, and he tells me that what's in the water sewer fund, this ending fund balance is assets and that, and you don't know what our money is. We can't tell what our liquid cash is
I
at any, on any pooled account or the water sewer fund. We can't separate it. We don't know what's in there. And we keep making expenditures like during the year. So are you tracking all the stuff that we are voting on? Because we have been voting on some monies to spend that weren't in the last budget.
Yes.
And therefore, it's going to change our net. And at such time, we're supposed to get an amended budget when that happens so that we know how our net from last year, our projected net, is ending. So we have a bunch of stuff. So do you have a way, are you tracking it?
Yes, ma'am. So that all are done through everything that we do. So everything is done obviously by by, sorry, by, wow, general ledger accounts.
Yeah.
Sorry, I lost my
You're
thoughts.
fine.
And it's very easy for me to identify what belongs to general fund. It begins with everything with 100, and everything that starts with 200 belongs to water sewer. Everything that belongs to EDC-A starts with 300, everything to EDC-B, 400, fleet, 510. I know right off the top of my head, I know, oh, when the money comes in, say we sell something, the estimated equity resale for fleet is at 217,538. When the money comes in, immediately I know, oh, this will go to fleet. And to make sure that I know it's earmarked by fleet, I have to make sure Beatrice and Jacqueline and my team will say, oh, Mira, this is 510,999, so. So I know, oh, this one belongs to fleet. And if money comes in, Alyssa does her monthly UB draft, it will all start with 200. So I know when I do, that's why we can separate our financial statements, as you see. Yeah. The 100 fund, we can separate it by department, we can divide it by, we can separate it by fund and department. And we have actually started, because we have 2 projects that are going to be coming in, God willing. One is TIFMAS and the other one is TWDB. We were able to actually activate the project code. So we no longer have to. So if you say, Mira, how much money did you get from the TWD and how did you spend it? It will be just as easy as inquiring all the project codes. So I will be able to say, okay, anything that ends with 01 belongs to TIFMAS, anything that ends with 02 will be TWDB. So it's a different type of reporting that I'm trying to do, Mayor. I think it will be easier and you will more, and then, of course, Council and Mayor, you will be able to have real-time numbers for the citizens.
Yeah. It just
Yes,
bothers me, like I said, when we put things in one pooled account and then we start spending it and we don't really know what's in there that's really ours to spend. The
Yes,
fear is that we're going to overspend.
We're
And-
almost
and-
there.
And we're going to lose money, go bankrupt,
ma'am.
yeah. That's my fear. So it has nothing to do with the fleet plan. It's a wonderful plan, Council. I have no problem with that. My concern is not knowing if we can afford it, and I'm afraid that if we overspend and then find out later we did, we're stuck. We're locked into a contract, and I don't want to be the mayor that has the city go bankrupt under, because I know how y'all would spin that in the public, saying that Lisa bankrupted the city, and I'm letting everyone know that's not what I'm doing, and I will stop it if I think we're doing it. I don't want us to go bankrupt under my tenure.
No,
That would not be, yeah, I just want to make sure that if we are investing in this fleet plan, that we can afford it.
Yes,
I would prefer that council take it out of the budget right now and then wait until you come back and you give us all these numbers and you tell us how you can separate the money and what's really there and pooled and what's really there in water sewer, and then we see if the money is there to fund it. Because when I look at a budget like this and I see, oh, we're only going to have 100 and some thousand left over in general fund and 200,000 left over in water sewer fund, well, we've had wells that have cost us $500,000 before to fix. So we're like one catastrophe away from not having the money coming in. And Mr. Williams and I had talked endlessly before he left about that money that was sitting in the pooled account that he couldn't account for. And he said he went back 15 years. And he says, I can't tell you, Mayor, he said, who that money belongs to, if it's general fund, if it's water sewer fund, but yet we spent some of it and we bought a police department. So we kind of spent money and we don't even know, was it our money to spend? Were we spending water sewer money? Were we spending general? We didn't know, and we didn't know what would be left over after we spent it. We didn't have a balance. He was just projecting, estimating, because he told me the reason we keep all our money pulled together is because it is a benefit to the city. We have such a small margin of profit that what happens is our property tax for our general fund doesn't really roll in until people pay it, and they don't even get their bills out, I think, until October. They might start paying some of it in November, but the majority of it comes in January because that's the deadline. They have to pay it or they get penalized.
Yes, ma'am.
So he uses that money sitting in the account after we approve our budgets for the next fiscal year to pay for payroll expenses that come for October, November, and December until the big chunk of change comes in and then kind of replenishes that account.
Yes,
So it's
ma'am.
just, yeah, and that's why he uses it. So we might be using water sewer money that we shouldn't be using just to float us.
Right.
Because we just don't have that
I-
much. Our
I
profit margins are so
completely
low.
understand. Yes, I
So
completely
I just don't like
understand.
running that low personally. That's just not my way of doing business, but.
Yes, ma'am. I completely understand. So one of the things that I've learned about government, municipality, I guess financial health, is that we need to have at least 90 days in reserve. And 90 days, give or take, just looking at our average operation cost is about 1.7.
And what did he say? We have 62? Did you say we have 62, Mr. Sites, reserve? What did you say we have?
160 something.
The last audit was like
The audit-
167.
167 days?
160.
Okay, 767
And I
is
promise
what we
we
had
haven't
too.
gone backwards that fast.
But as expenses go up, that number shrinks, and that,
But
because you have to
revenue-
keep
but
more and more money
revenues-
each year.
Revenues go up too. That's,
Yeah.
we've been analyzing a lot of
Yes.
what the value of the city and what's happening. We haven't even started to
Yes.
see the real growth. And it is, what was it? It went up 13 million over 4 million the previous year, and
Yes, so, hold on.
Yeah, and that's my fear too, Mr. Sites. We haven't seen the real growth. We're spending money before we get it, and we're spending it based on what we think's coming in. If it doesn't come in, again, it could hurt us financially.
everything we're doing is based on already current growth. This is growth that has already happened to the city. When I say we haven't even seen it, the blessings of the city are really coming. Everything we're doing is based on the growth that has already happened.
Well, I know it's happening, but those houses aren't here yet, and they're not paying property tax yet. We haven't collected it yet. It takes 2 to 3 years to get a new house on the market and to get on the tax roll.
Here's the thing, though. The builder pays the property tax. Once that house is built, we're receiving property tax. It just may not be from an individual.
So property tax revenue, just so that everybody here understands, is not based upon the 90 homes that we projected to see in the next year. The 90 homes that I broke out in different subdivisions are actually to project our water sewer revenue. Our property tax revenue is dictated by these guys. I can't make stuff up. I am solely guided by the certified values of 225 that has been given by the Central Appraisal District of Johnson County, in which you can actually inquire yourself. This is something that we get from the county, my bad. And I just want to share with you what I'm looking at here. I think it's a good thing. I feel very humble, and I pray for a teachable spirit. Don't we, Sandra? I pray for a teachable spirit, to not be proud, to just get in there, look at my data, and look and glean from what I can. So let me show you. I'm just going to show you the taxable, hold on. The estimated total taxable values for 2023 was $404,119,668. So that's 44. That's for 2023. And in 2024, it went up to 420 million. So it went up by 16 million. In 2025, this is the one that I base my property tax calculation from, is $447 million. And this is what I love about it. The new value, which is detailed in on the third page, I can show it to you later on. I'm sorry I didn't make copies. The new value is calculated by the improvements there have been done and calculated and received by the CAD as of January 1. Our property tax revenue are based on the improvements, the new value are based on the improvements of all the homes, of all the industries, everything, property, minerals, and whatever else, that is already there by January 1st. So just so that everybody understands, the 90 homes that we projected is only to estimate how much water sewer we're gonna have, because each home is gonna have water, each home is gonna have sewer, well, not really, right? 40 is going to have water and sewer, and the other 50 will not. I think it's Stonehurst and, is it Ashton? The Canyon. There you go. Okay. So again, 90 homes, water, sewer. The numbers that I'm going by for our property tax is the new value that I mentioned about, that has been, there's improvements and land and all that good stuff, the new homes and blah, blah, blah. In 2024, if I may quote this, I'm sorry. The new value in 2024 for the city of Keene was $4,128,405. In 2025, Mayor, is $13,210,037. I cannot go and make stuff up. These are the documents that I have to go by, and thank God, the Lord should knows when He humbles me, like, okay, you don't know anything, so you have to look through every document, and I notice the difference, and I am excited. And I'm very sorry that, I think a lot of the population of Keene, the citizens of Keene, my friends of my church family friends, my university friends and families, they don't know these things. And I think this is something that city manager and I have been really discussing, is that I think we need to educate our citizens. They need to know these numbers. They need to be excited about these numbers. So anyway, I hope that clears up some of the information, Mayor. Yes, Mr. I thought you had some.
I have a question, Mayor. So the only concern that I'm having, I know the mayor has also raised some concern, and I can tell you, I've gone through this budget, the book that you gave us, and I'm not here to question about the spark plugs and the coffee kind of maybe, cups and spoons. I'm not here to question those things. It's part of business. But the concern I have is you are accounting for, you're saying you're running as a business. You're counting the assets. If we have maybe the vehicles, you're counting the value of the vehicle per maybe now and the cash we have in the bank. And the question that the mayor was asking, if we had a major catastrophe in Keene, we have had a few in the past, how much cash do we have? And I know in the city of Keene, I know money market, we have approximately 2 million.
Yes.
And then in the pool account, we have approximately 2.8 million.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to talk about type A board, 30,000, type
Yes,
B.
yes,
I don't want to talk
okay.
about it. But when I've sat in this room, I've been in this room going back even before I was a council. And I remember I can use a very conservative budget was when we had a cyber attack, massive cyber attack back in 2019. It was around the same month on 19th. That's when the discussion was going on in this room. And we had hard cash 149 days in reserves. If something was to happen, we will run operations without any doubt, pay our debt and all that stuff for 149 days. And if you are counting the assets that we can't liquidate immediately,
We're not. Sorry.
yeah, and I'm just finishing.
Yes.
We are counting for assets plus the cash that we have. And if we are conservative, you are saying we can run for 90 days. And I know for one month, you mentioned 90 days on average, the state
That's what
requires.
is, yes, what is the
Yes.
required. You have to have reserves for 90 days.
Yes, 90 days. So, and you said we have 160-something, 167 days. So how are you calculating that 160? Does it include the assets? You're saying you are running it as a business or hard cash?
I didn't include I said the definition of a fund includes all those things.
Yes.
What that calculation is based upon is the amount of cash you have in the bank
Yes.
and the amount of monthly expenses. And just to be clear, if we run out of, if the city shuts down after 167 days, we have much bigger issues that are not just facing our city, than just where, it's.
And I understand. And average-wise in Keene, we spent almost sometimes 800,000, sometimes 900, sometimes 1 point something. It goes up and down. On average, let's say 1 million. And when you subtract some of these things, if we have maybe 3.1 million in general, as you said, what you're projecting, and we have also 2.3 million, which we did talk about, which we can say in the money market and also, we can say 5.1 million. And then in the water account, you're saying we have 3.6 million on average. 3-point projection, you projected 3.2 or something like that. 3.1?
That's part, you're confusing bank with a fund.
No, you said we'll have,
Oh,
we are
that's the
projecting
grant.
3.1 million in
Grant?
the water and sewer.
Oh, in the grant, from the grant?
No, I'm just saying the projection.
Confusing the fund
Okay.
with,
So if we subtract that, we have 1.5. And if we spent for 1 month almost $1 million, that's not 60 days.
no, I'm sorry, Councilman Gutwald.
Okay.
And you're confusing the definition of a fund with
Okay.
cash in the bank.
And this is my concern, though. So I can remember that in Keene, according to our history, we have well number 11. We have well number 6 that in the previous years had some leaks that we had to kind of retrofit. Well number 11, we had to rebuild everything. And there was another well that was down, 3 wells, I can remember. And we spent almost $1 million and maybe $28 just for those 3 to bring them online. That's 2019.
Oh, 2019.
So there is a possibility, and 1 well, it takes $400,000 to be able to bring it back online because we have to buy. When they come online, we have to now ramp up the electric and chlorine and all that stuff. So there's a give and take. So if we are saying that we have only approximately 300,000 left, and we have just one of that issue, maybe 1 well goes down, we are already under, by 100,000. No. These are things that have
Talking about the
happened.
money that's going to be in the net in this budget, 200,000 in the water.
We'll be
fund,
bankrupt, Amanda.
100,000 something in the general fund.
It sounds like
It's-
you're going down rabbit trails.
No,
Hold on, excuse me. You're going down rabbit trails where if the world stops and we no longer receive income, how many days can we survive? Is that what it sounds like to me?
I'm just trying to say, in this city, in a few years back, we have had 149 solid cash, not
Yeah,
accounting for assets and.
And we survived.
I'm just saying, right now, we are not accounting for cash. We are accounting for assets plus cash. And we can't sell the assets
The-
to be able to stay afloat. Like last time we
Unless
sell
we're going out of
land.
business.
Manager stated we had 167 days worth of funds in the bank.
But
What I understood?
no.
We will
That-
stay open for 100, cash on hand means we will stay open for 167 days.
That's barring we have no new revenue coming in,
So,
which won't happen.
so you are
Like I
saying
said,
160
we're in
what?
Much better, it's something bigger's going on out there.
Yeah,
that we have
something,
no-
Okay.
so this is a
So-
apocalyptic rabbit trail that Mr. Good.
No, I'm just saying, you are saying we have 169 days that we can stay open, pay our Taj Mahal loans and everything that we have. And you are saying we can spend that for 1 point something that we spend every month.
Again, those dollars do not reflect keeping City Hall open. Those dollars that rotate through are pass-throughs, such as trash. That is money that's going out from, for water expenditures while revenue is coming in. When you go down to the daily expenses that it costs to keep a city running, we can run it for 167 days on the taxpayer side of things.
So how much does it cost to run it then? What is the bare necessities then that entails? That includes then, to run a city?
It is.
Because I know when I write checks, we're spending about $1 million a month.
It's the apocalyptic rabbit hole.
But like you said, that's water, sewer, and that's general fund, so.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor, I got a question, Mayor. You said that 1.1 includes water and sewer and trash?
I'm assuming it's all in the same pooled account, so it's everything. So I don't know where it's going, because I didn't sit and itemize
The
it.
check the city writes to our transportation, or trash, is really the citizens' money that they're paying us to pay the trash company.
Yeah, we have
So it's-
revenue
that's a-
that comes into
that's a-
that account,
that's
and
a
then expenses that
pass-through.
go out.
That's a pass-through. We just regurgitate
Yeah.
it, pass it on to them. I think we keep a little bit, right? A few dollars?
Yeah, a little-
Maybe,
Yeah.
couple
That would be
bucks.
wise if we did. And with water, we're having expenses to produce water, but we get money from every citizen to pay for their water bill. We receive their sewer bill, it's $34 per customer roughly. So those revenues we get.
I just want us to be careful, council, on what we've spent this past year, because
Well,
we
no,
have
We
spent
need to be careful to make sure that
outside of our budget.
expenses are true expenses, not pass-through expenses. Because money I receive from a client that I paid my tape and better, that's not income, it's for me. It's also not a debt for me. It's just money, I'm passing it through. So I think what Mr. Seitz is talking about is the expenses that we don't recover,
daily operations.
right, which is salaries, fuel.
I would just like to switch gears and ask a question about the fleet plan specifically, because I did get emails from Mr. Seitz about that. And is the Chief's Tahoe included in this fleet plan?
Yes, per the email that I shared with council, the Tahoe is factored into the schedule, which is, I think, around 2028, 2029, they would look at getting rid of it. The brush truck is not in the calculations. And again, I want to emphasize, at the end of the day, we have final say on what sells and what doesn't. So
And-
in 4 years, if we think it looks great and we don't want to get a new vehicle and we want to keep it, we can.
All right, did Johnson County ESD help us pay for that brush truck?
Yes.
Did they
Well,
give us
brush
the money
truck,
toward
yes.
it?
The brush truck, yes.
Okay, can we then sell it to Enterprise if they helped us
No.
pay it? Or would we have to pay them back?
They don't want that one.
We're-
that-
We're not even looking at that as a possibility.
Okay, that's my question.
It
So
was-
we are not going to include the brush truck in it?
Never was planning, they said that they could take over the brush truck, but the plan has never been to include the brush truck. Just because of the ESD and all the other little factors, we'd rather use our brush trucks to try to get TIFMAS.
Yeah, because we just went out there and we just celebrated this achievement, and all these firefighters are telling us how happy they are and thanking us all for getting it for them, and they've been waiting 2 long years for it. I would hate for it to be included in this plan
No, it's,
and have it to go away,
Never was.
and we don't know when Enterprise. I would also like to say the same thing for the Chief's Tahoe. I would like this council to consider removing that from the fleet
Now,
plan
can you
if they're
tell me-
going to include it and include other vehicles,
Can you tell me why?
because it's brand new and the
Okay,
chief
but
just
so-
got it.
But what, you said 2028, 2029?
2029, somewhere in there.
So it'll be a 4-year-old vehicle by then.
Well, I
It
know
will
you're
be- it
saying
will be
that,
the
but
ti- It will be the time to replace it.
But at the same time, the salesman, Nick, is going to come back at any time and
No,
say
no,
that
no.
this value has reached its high
And-
amount, and he's going to make a business decision to go ahead and sell it.
Doesn't that come to council?
Yeah.
No.
No.
No, it does not. It would be a city manager decision.
So the way enterprise works, based upon my conversations with other city managers, and Nick can tell me if I'm wrong, they come and meet every 6 months, twice a year, with the city manager. All they do is make recommendations. That is it. They make recommendations, and again, their job is to try to maximize revenue to lower our cost. With those recommendations, we don't have to do anything. But we do potentially lose out on the opportunity to sell at a high, and again, therefore increasing our overall cost.
So he's going to want to sell it when it's high. It might be high in 6 months. They're saying 4 years, but there's no guarantee.
And I'm pretty sure the fire chief will get a say.
What if he's not our fire chief in 6 months? We get a different
Right now,
one.
it's not even factored into the initial launch. It's not even on the radar right now.
Why would we sell a vehicle? I mean, just because it's worth a lot right now, obviously it is. But it seems like we would use it to its maximum before it starts to fall. And that's what Enterprise is paid to do. And they tell us that they're looking at 4 years on that vehicle, and in 4 years, it might be appropriate to replace that vehicle. We need to trust the industry. We need to not, we're not experts at this. And I would hope that Mr. Seitz or whatever city manager sits in his position would include whatever council is sitting up here in those decisions.
Then that's something that we need to address on a future agenda item and put in a purchasing policy and make sure there's a condition on there that says that when he comes back and does his recommendations, council has a chance to give the direction to the city manager on whether or not they want a certain vehicle sold or kept.
I actually absolutely agree.
Okay?
Okay. All right. Mayor,
Then it's not your fault, or the next guy, or the next council.
right.
All right. Mr. Johnson, go ahead. Sorry, I was taking some notes.
Mike.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Ray Johnson, but anyway, the Tahoe he drives, I mean, I don't even know why we get rid of that. It's like sitting up there all the time. He's the only one to drive it. So I think that would be ridiculous to even sell it and try to come back with it after just getting it fixed up the way he wanted it. I mean, that's what I see, and I mean, no use in, but like you said, it's not guaranteed, because he's the man, so I wouldn't get rid of it if it was mine, so.
So, Mayor,
Go ahead, Mr. Booth.
I know we are going to ask questions about the budget,
Uh-huh.
so I know we might come back to the fleet as need arises. So as I told you, I've gone through the budget. I know there's a new book here. I know you mirrored the other one, just an extra line. So I'll go and look at it. But I have a question, just general. I'll have a few questions. So in this budget, which I mean also this one, because they just mirror of each other. So is there anyone that in this budget that is getting more than 5%? We have 3%, 5%. Is there any department that is getting more than 5% raise in this budget cycle? 3%, 5% raise?
The two individuals that we brought in line with the other directors. Outside of that, the step plan with fire and police varies from 3 to 5, depending on where they're at in their step plan. Other than that, no.
And what is the impact for those two, like total?
The impact?
Like how much is it for the
Mary,
total?
can you answer that question?
I'm not asking about the individuals, I'm just saying the total amount.
The total amount,
She
Yes.
has the spreadsheet.
hold on. Check my numbers. The before and after, I don't actually remember. Hold on a second, I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mary. I know you've been staring at a lot of numbers for many, many days and nights.
I want to say, I'm so sorry. Sorry. All right, would you give me a few minutes, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
And then while we're giving you some few minutes, so I know if we go to page, we are using the old book, so if we go to page, that's page 13. I know it does also reflect or mirror the budget of 2024, 2025. It's just a copy from the previous budget. So I'm seeing, yes, Street Rehabilitation Fund dash, which is under maybe account 860 for the sake of accounting, that is mentioned, used to fund street rehabilitation projects. Is it possible, because I was looking at the budget, it's not clearly defined. I went through every line going through. So I don't know where it's actually, page 20, page 13.
Which page are you,
I'm
what's the page number?
page 13, page 13. I don't know if the new one,
In the new one?
I'm not sure if the new one is the same page.
That's page 13.
Yes, page 13, both of them.
Expenditures of function?
Under government funds, we have different funds. It's the one at the bottom.
See what that's referencing. That's, I just pulled page 13, that's not the same as what you're looking at.
Yeah, it's under fund structure, page 13. Yeah.
Just a second.
Did I just give him 13?
Yeah, page 13, under fund structures, it's in in the middle of, just before property funds.
No.
I don't have that. You must be one, this is my 13.
That's what I got, yeah.
Page 13, fund structure, we have property funds.
Expenditure by function?
That's
Fund-
what we're all looking at,
fund
but not Gutwal.
structure.
Mr. Gutwal's not. Can you hold up your sheet, Mr. Gutwal, so we can see it?
Yeah, it's right here in the middle.
Oh, it's a handout. I don't think it's
I
the
don't- I
budget,
don't
it's the
see it.
handout.
All right.
I didn't see it.
Oh, no, I guess it's the new
I
budget.
was too.
All right.
I didn't see it, Mr. Gutwal.
Yeah, my apologies.
I didn't,
So-
Mr. Gut, I didn't see what page you're looking at. Can you show it to me?
Page 13, just open.
Can you show me the page? We have a lot of numbered pages in our book here.
Page 13.
Okay, that's, okay. What,
It is page 13 in the new book, too.
the new book, okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay.
Chief?
So I'm asking, the reason I'm asking, I did see you did structure the funds, and we have debt, things like that, departments, which is good. So is it clear where this is reflected in this current budget?
For which specific fund?
For the, yeah, Street Rehabilitation Fund, that's dash 860.
That was the 100,000, the CIP that they want to do every year to start putting money away for redoing the streets. Yeah, it's under CIP, yeah. So, do you know where to find that? Sorry,
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question? I'm sorry, I was.
So I was just trying to bring your attention to the Street Rehabilitation Fund, that's dash 860. And I went through the budget line by line. I know there are different funds, but I know it's not clearly defined. It's under CIP, as you have said, under CIP. But is it possible to be able to have it as so that I can be able to see, okay, this is what is projected to come from maybe general fund to this type of fund?
Yeah, Mayor, this was the one, the CIP, they add $100,000 every year.
No, I remember, but I don't know, I don't understand the
Again,
question.
it's
I'm so
well,
sorry.
Okay, it's not clearly defined
He wants
under.
to see it. Where?
Oh,
Yeah,
you
it's
want
not-
to see it in a new book or the old book?
Maybe in the future when you are,
Line item in the new book.
Yeah, he wants
In the new book.
to put his eyes on it so that he can see that we put the $100,000.
what is projected, because CIP can be a lot of
It's
things.
still 100,000.
Okay.
I know, I think you asked me that like last time. We had the financial reporting for the month of June, and you asked me whether we're going to move it or we're going to spend it. It is still in the budget, and if you are looking, I'm sorry, now I have to okay, what's my GL? So it should be 208 something.
200.
Hold on. It would say capital, I'm sorry, I have to look for it.
Okay,
Or to answer your first question, the impact is $30,000, sir.
okay, 30,000. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, 30,000.
Over budgeting. Trying to be good.
All right, so when you get that, you can get me that information. Thank you. And then I have another question. I know everybody might have a different question. I told you I'm not going to take much of your time, but if you go to, okay, I have several questions. If anybody has, you can go ahead, and then I have a few that I
Bring
might.
you a desk next time, Mayor, so you can sit.
Or a sit, stand,
Can I ask one while you're waiting, while you're trying to figure it?
Yes.
I'll ask one. So I was looking at the water sewer comprehensive summary, and I noticed that our total revenues less expenditures, original, and again, this is 2024 was 600,000. Then I believe last year, Mr. Batlet did kind of a restructure, and I'm kind of thinking we might have done the same thing because it went down again. Do we know why that number went down again?
Well,
Which is a positive thing, so I'm just
yeah.
trying to give you guys some elaboration on that.
Go ahead.
You're fine. Sorry, ma'am.
On. The 100,000 is under sewer department.
Okay,
I'll get there, hold on a second.
I'll write it down. So,
It's under, here. Oh. Okay. It's under, it's page 101.
okay, one.
It's 134,000.
It's under, down towards the bottom, it's 134,000.
No, hold on.
Where is it?
It's towards the bottom.
It's 101, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 from the bottom, Mayor.
Total capital CIP.
Hold on a second. How do I look at it?
Okay.
Mira?
Oh, it can't be, because it's street, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that was what I was just fixing to ask.
Yeah, it's street, I'm so sorry.
Why is
It's-
this street?
It's not water, yes, you're right.
That 134 is for the stuff over at the canyons.
Okay, so street is 140, hold on. I have to think through, I'm sorry, there are a lot of numbers in my head, pardon me.
Yeah.
And you don't need to answer it right. You can send me maybe an email or something like that. I just wanted to
Thank you.
make sure that
I know it's here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sound like that. Okay, it is under street capital, okay, street, so street is on general fund. I'm gonna look for it. Revenue by source, that's not it. Expenses,
Hey, Jonathan, can we get tabs in here?
yes,
For the final, yes.
yes, we will, I'm sorry. It's been a whirlwind, can you believe it?
Oh, you're
Hold on.
doing wonderful. This is not an easy thing to do.
Thank you, sir. Capital, okay, where's my, it is under,
Yeah, right here. Yeah, we found it.
okay,
So
thank
the
God.
100,000 is on page 94 of
Thank you, John.
no, thank you, Holly.
Oh, thank you,
Um,
Holly.
And it's down Streets Department, Capital Street Improvements is, you can see it's the same $100,000 every year.
Yes, it's
the last 3
budgeted.
years.
Okay, and then the question is, I know we have regular street maintenance. Is that separate too, or
Yes, street is a
Okay.
different department.
just to make sure, because the way it's
Yes.
written, it was supposed to be just for things that, like Fairview, we had to kind of decide as a council, but street, I know the council will give approval and you can spend as as the need arises, there's a pothole here, you
Yes.
can just fix it. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Yes, sir. What was the question? I'm so sorry.
We'd actually, I discussed it with Robert Foster, and we answered that question, so
Oh, okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. But I do have another one, so stick around.
All right. You were still looking up the raises question, weren't you not, for Mr. Goodwood?
No, I already
No,
gave
you
him
Did-
the
Okay.
number.
Yeah.
On that, are they in this book?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I didn't see them.
Okay, so this is one of the things that we did for the new thing that, not new thing, it's what we're supposed to do, is that cost allocation that we talked about. I think like we spoke about it before, and keep losing my stuff. I had
On
it, I
page
promise, I
146 is where it talks about,
Yes, so,
The city secretary.
where did I put it?
and it's only showing a salary of 70,067 that's budgeted.
Yes, it's because Holly's time is 70% general fund, 20% water sewer, 5% EDCA, EDCB. And Sandra's time, 70% general fund and 30% water sewer.
Okay, so we're taking the other 30% from the other funds?
Yes,
For
ma'am.
salary, and the same
so
with?
is all the administration staff. And this is something that I have found to be a little bit different from everywhere else that I've worked. It's usually called transfers, but here, I think just to highlight it, we have called it administration allocation. So if you look at your revenue, there is a line item that says administration for $360,000. Remember we spoke about this? You said, Charles said, well, Mr. Charles and I guess the previous finance director looked at how much, whatever
Yeah.
it is, that's the allocated expenses. So we are trying this year to actually do it correctly and see what it will do, to the administration allocation cost. But we already have it budgeted for 360, ma'am.
Okay, so how did you come up with those percentages?
Percentages is basically, we ask, for the of human resources, it was budgeted since last year. It was just never, I guess, implemented. It was something that was already in the budget. So when I looked through all my budget documents, it already said the split was 70-30. But if you're asking for the city manager, for the city secretary, for my time, for my team's time, we divide how many days and hours we dedicate to do each one. So it's divided by days and hours.
Do you have that on a sheet?
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
list it out. Could you email that to all of us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a,
All right, Mr. Smith?
thank you, ma'am. Okay, so I am on EDC Type A, Comprehensive Summary. It's page 21 in the old book,
Okay.
Old Testament, right? And so the total revenues less expenditures line from last year to this year has gone down by roughly $80,000. And so there's two line items where it says other professional services copiers and then professional expenses. The numbers have drastically increased, and I think I know the answer. I'm just kind of confirming. Are we reallocating the different departments that use
That
this
utilizes
entity?
the service,
Okay,
yes.
that's what I wanted to know. So
And, I'm sorry, may I finish?
Yeah, just go.
And the revenue dropped because I don't know how it was done. Actually, they budgeted for the same amount. I want to say they. I don't know who they are, but it was budgeted the same amount of 350,000. I think it was budgeted for the past 2-3 years, and we have not met it.
yeah, 340.
340, and we have not met that. And so what we did this year, we kept it at that, understanding that there are 2 more retailers that, by the way, our sales tax went from 103 in the month of July. In August, it's $123,000. So we already see the increase with the 2 new retailers that came and, started this year. And I think it's something that I also reported in the last June financials. Our sales tax is moving, it has grown 12% year on year. So it's going to continue to grow.
All right, I got one more for you real quick.
Yeah,
So I'll switch to the type B comprehensive.
yes.
The total revenue less expenditures is a negative balance, which is a little concerning. Although I do see the capital improvements jumps up by $300,000. So I know there was talks about skate park and that whole, I guess, a big chunk of money. I don't even remember how much that was, but
No. Well, that's what but the money that was allocated, correct me if I'm wrong, was $100,000.
It's 100,000.
So of that 300,000, 100,000 is
right, and I know there was
200,000.
200 for sidewalks, correct?
correct.
Okay.
So did you say it was concerning that it was minus?
It was, because I don't want them to deplete everything they got, even though I know that the idea is for them to actually use it
Yes.
every year, which is wise.
Yes.
In fact, actually, I sat on the Type B board, and I heard Ricky Stevens many times saying, you guys, we are meant to use this money, not sit on it. This isn't a bank.
Correct.
We're
Yes.
supposed to put it back into the citizens' hands in the form of doing something.
Yes, sir.
And so, with that in mind, I appreciate that, and so, which I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that that's why that number was a negative, so.
Yes.
And we're going to keep increasing sales revenue so that additional revenue can get here.
More pickleball courts.
On the A and the B budget, since he just brought it up, it's the same as what we've already approved as a council, right?
Yes.
We've already had the A and B.
We have
Nothing
already-
changed in this
Nope.
book,
No,
and we've
ma'am.
already approved the A and B's budget and went over this during an agenda item. We're
Yes.
just making sure no changes were made. Okay.
No. So if I may, just to, I mean, of course, questions are welcome. So what I've done is reflect the difference, what would happen to our bottom line if we adopt the fleet. That's it. That's all I've done. So everything else you see should be exactly the same as the first book. The only things you should see that is different is the ones on page, if I may just direct you to it.
Go ahead.
Is page 39.
Okay.
Oh, no, I lied, 38. In the new book, please.
Makes me want to say it. The New Testament.
I'm sorry, Don. Okay, so I just wanna, I feel like I'm in church. Sorry. He knows what I'm talking about. Anyone there, say amen. Okay, all right. Stop me now, okay. Page 39, if we're ready. Okay, so if you see the very right column, I just wanna make sure that I highlight this so there's no confusion. The column on the right says FY 2026 proposed budget with fleet, 9/11/25. You will see the total expenditure went up to $364.34. Whereas before, it was 6 million. It's late, sorry. Yes, it's that number. And then, so you say, okay, Mira, what's the difference? Someone is gonna have to ask me. Okay, the difference is $306,084. And where do I get that from? If you remember, oh, I need one. Ew. So, wait. The $446,244, oh, now I lost my train of thought, is the total lease and vehicle expenses that is expected, that will be expected for this year. Right, Nick? Yes, right. And so what I've done is, since we are adding the $446,244, I'm so sorry, I don't know why I can't say my numbers, but you see it there. So what I've done is taken that lease vehicle expenses, which is reflected also on that very same page, the 38. If you go look at just one up it says transfer from general fund. That is that total fleet cost for the year of 2025, 2026. And what I've done is I took out, since we are adding the full fleet expenses, including maintenance and vehicle lease and capital, upfront capital, what I have done is that I took out all the vehicle repairs and gasoline and oil budgeted amounts on page 32.
Hope we didn't take gasoline out. We still have to buy the gas, right?
Sorry, the way I'm doing that is that I had to do, so GASB 87, the government accounting standard, dictates that we have to create a different fund to monitor the ins and outs of lease. So that's why I put everything in there just for transparency purposes and just for like audit purposes. How much was your lease? How much money did you have in? That's how I put everything in there. So if you look on that page 32 and beginning even page 31, vehicles and repairs, as you can see, police department is now zero out on the right column, and fire and rescue has 1 0. I didn't take everything out, I promise. I'm so sorry. I can't project it there. No?
We can't see what's going on over there.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm saying?
yes.
We can't get it on the screen? Or no? See what?
Can we share with him? They wouldn't be able to see it online anyway, but they wouldn't be able to see that online anyway. So, yeah, and again, anyone is welcome to, we'll provide copies.
There is a budget
And it
already
is on the website.
Yeah, it's already there.
It is on the website.
I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. I'm so sorry, Mr. Johnson. I'll get you one. Thank you. So you see, the gasoline and oil for fire, the rescue is now zeroed out. And then so is code enforcement and so on and so forth. So the total of those things, which is reflected on the very last page here, is the vehicle maintenance, is the 140,000 here.
Mira,
That's what I've taken out.
Mira,
Yes, sir.
under street department on page 32, you left in, the diesel and oil is carried across both of them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that,
So I was told, right, John, back me up, I left out diesel and oil. So anything that touches with diesel, I didn't touch it. All I took out was just gasoline. So any vehicles that has diesel and oil, I left it there. This is
and that
purely
would be
just,
fire
That's
trucks,
because of
heavy equipment,
non-fleet vehicles.
non-fleet vehicles.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Correct.
Gotcha.
so basically, I just want to let you know that's how I got the numbers, and that's where it's coming from. And everything else should be the same, Mayor. So I just want to highlight all the ones that are different, so it's easy to identify, like, okay, how did the fleet, how is it affecting? And I want you to, this is just accounting, because I have to create a different fund for 510, and because we do pool cash accounting, we have to receive everything in general fund. So I have to reflect that in general fund, and then we can like move it out to the fleet fund. I hope that helps a little bit.
So our auditing fees were going up, I noticed, with our new company that we just hired. I think it was like 14,000. And we also increased what we're going to be budgeting now for attorney fees to 80,000.
So for the accounting fee, actually, it's not, Mayor. I don't know if you remember, but last year, the finance department was budgeted for a full-time person, an extra full-time person. And I prayed about it, thought about it, and I really believe that we have been given an opportunity for me and my team to learn. And we are actually okay with having just me, Jacqueline, and Beatrice. And what we are doing now, the increased cost in the accounting is because now we have Zach Tax, Doug Martella, whom you see here. He is a CPA, he runs and he does this for 35 other cities. And to me, I treat him like a subscription, like Netflix, you know. I keep telling him, you play me old movies, I'll drop you. But he's a subscription. So if we add on an extra person, obviously fringe benefit, it will be more taxing on the city. And we decided that it was wiser to have someone who is always there. I can text him, I can email him anything that I don't know, and he will be of help, and he is obviously qualified. So I thought we would save the money than getting an extra person and just put him, and he is the extra accounting fee on there.
Okay. And our attorney fees, we're raising them to 80,000. Do you know how much we've spent this year on attorney fees so far? We're almost to the end of our fiscal year.
Yes.
Yeah, well, and so just so you know, there's additional attorney fees also there's some that are also attributed to, type A. So there is additional attorney fees. We try to keep it around 100,000. The goal is to get the attorney fees down to under $10,000 a month, which I feel like we're getting close to being able to do, but that largely will depend, obviously, so.
Are the attorney fees not tracked? What's
Oh,
for
no,
council and what's for A board, B board?
I've
Are they separated?
I look, that invoice comes to me, and I literally break it down. When I turn it in to get paid, every single invoice has what goes to what. And again, I'm just started tracking that since March or April.
Do you know how
So-
much we've spent in attorney fees this year, just for the council?
Just for the
Just for,
council?
or the city, the
I
city.
can email that to you.
But, okay,
because-
but not the boards. I'm not talking about A and B
Yeah.
board.
No, I can email you the breakdown of what
Okay.
the attorney fees are.
Okay, if you'll do that, I appreciate it. And send it to all of council.
It's looking like at the total amount that we have paid out in legal services this year, as of today, 9/11, is $115,868.65, Mayor.
Okay. How much, say it again now?
Oh, 115,868.65.
Okay. And that's just for the city, you think, not the boards?
It's looking like yes,
Okay, that's for the city, for attorney. Okay.
yes.
So I know that you covered it already, but would you mind running over on page 38, the transfer from general fund? It shows as 446,244.
Yes.
And then you came up with the number of 306,084.
Oh, okay, so it's the total number, it's the total expense. Okay, so 446,244 is the total expenses that we have to pay for lease, for the upfront capital, for fuel, for maintenance and repairs for the year, for fleet. And then I have to take out $140,160, which is the existing vehicle expenses that was budgeted before. So that's the difference.
So if we move forward with the lease, it'll cost us $306,084.
You have to
Minus-
take into
And then
it,
take out the
yes,
equity that we have
Yes,
in our
sir.
vehicles.
yes.
Somewhere around 100 and what? What's
The
estimated?
equity is $217,538.
Or it'll be somewhere around $100,000 this year then, net.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Yeah, that's a deal.
Okay. So I have a question here. If we go to the old book, the budget book, page 52, and this is under administration, where we have the price tag of, is it 325,464? But my question is, when I was looking at under the personnel, the first line from the top, salary and wages, I'm seeing under the administration, we are having, like, we just went down by 16.2%.
I'm
Did this-
sorry, Mr. Goodwin, I think I lost you. You said
Okay,
page 52?
page 52, the
Yeah.
old budget,
Oh, old budget.
but you said they are mirroring each other, so it's the same page probably. I haven't looked at the new one.
52.
Fire and Rescue Department.
No, 5.2, that's under administration.
What book are you in? I got
It's page 142 in the new book.
So it's 52, and this is,
So under
so you're
expenditure.
talking about administration, that would be the city manager, that would be the CMO office, the CMO.
So are they
department?
taking a pay cut? I mean, I'm seeing 16%.
No, sir.
Are
This
we
is the
borrowing
cost.
from A, B, and?
Yes.
Yes, it's the cost allocation. It's 70, 20, and 5 and 5. Sorry.
Okay.
70% from
General Fund.
general fund, 20 from water sewer, 5 from EDCA, and 5 from EDCB.
So that's 160,992. That's the proposed budget if we were to approve it. So, and then I'm looking at just 3 lines below the salary and wages that's auto allowance. I know last year we did spend 4,800, but you see?
143. Someone's asking what page.
Yeah, you changed pages on me. Well, it was 142.
Oh, by the way, Councilman Goodwin, just to let you know that salary and wages under the administration, that includes an extra person, a marketing coordinator that is split between 25% for general fund, 25% from water sewer, 25% from EDCA, 25% from EDCB.
Oh, okay,
This is actually plus 1,
okay.
full FTE.
So 3 personnel.
Yes.
Okay, so, and then that under auto allowance, I know 2020, last year we did budget for 4,800. This year, we are projecting, we did cut down to 3,800. So how does that work? Like, are we traveling less?
It's the
or-
same. It's the same thing. I don't know if it's because of a different person, different contract. I don't know, but
Okay.
it's the same. Yes, and I guess in this next budget, you will see it split out also.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So, okay, because of time, the same book, don't move your fingers. So just move to another page, just page 55. This is under the city secretary.
Yes.
So I'm just having a question. I did go through all the other line items, but there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th row from the bottom, there is other professional services. I know 2024, we did budget for 13,000. This year we are increasing up to 16,701, which is like $3,278, which we are calling 24.4% increase. So what are these other professional services?
I'll get there. I'm sorry. Hold on a
Yeah, I
second.
can answer
Oh,
that.
you can answer.
Yes.
Okay,
That
perfect.
was, we are switching from Next Request for our open records portal to just FOIA, which is much more dynamic and easier to use, especially with communicating and transferring files between us and our city attorney. It is a bit more expensive, but in the long run, it's much more efficient and easier for the public to use, as well as staff.
Okay, thank you.
And she's also decreased her overall by 29,000. So
Yes.
we got to
Okay.
give her some good stuff for doing that.
Okay,
if-
and then the line,
If I could, just for clarification, if you look in the new budget, on page 147,
It's all there.
147,
147.
147,
Yes.
yeah. On it's about the middle of the page. On that page, you can see indented, it says codification, agenda meeting, and next request. So those are the items, that's what makes up the 16,701, are those indented italicized items in it.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Foster, for
Thank you.
pointing that out, because we hadn't had time to go through the new budget. We just got it tonight before the meeting.
So, and then if you move down, just the same line, old book, we have under legal
Just do the new-
publication.
The new book seems to have the answers.
Yes, I haven't looked at it. I'm just,
Well, that's
We just got it, so that's why
Yes.
we're asking
Question.
questions.
So-
She's answering them. She's
some of us, we have the old book, so it makes sense. So under the, and just, it's just a fleet that changed so much, even though we have separated some line items in the new one, which makes it clear. So under there's an item there below, there's a legal publication. We just talked about other professional services, and thank you for clarification. And then there's legal publication, there's election expenses. I know we spent back in 2024, we projected to spend $29,500, and this year we have dropped 9,000 back to 20,500. So my question is, does this include the runoffs? And I know under this,
We already talked about that. Holly mentioned it wasn't gonna cost more than $17,000.
okay. So, and another thing is, there is confusion out there a little bit. There's a Senate Bill 2753, and I know it was voted by down in Capitol, where there is some part of that Senate bill that is in action, that if I move from Keene, just a few months from election, I go to Cleburne, and my address is still showing Keene, under this Senate Bill 2753, I can vote in Cleburne. That's that's active. The one that I think as elected official we need to be aware of is the one that will be in effect around 2027, where we might be required to open all the locations according to the precincts, but it's not inactive, it's not in effect right now. They're trying to kind of figure out what to change, what not to change. So
Worry about it when they change it.
Let's stick to the topic.
it's this election, I'm just in the cause.
I know, but you're
Okay, it's,
going in the weeds here.
all right.
You're ahead of us.
I'm just saying, it's clarification, is that we can be able to conduct our own election if we wanted this year and next year until this will take effect,
Let's worry.
instead of contracting the Johnson County.
Let's worry about it when it takes effect.
And then it might change. They keep tweaking it.
We'll talk about that next year.
No, it's election, the cost. I'm just
For
saying,
this year, you're talking for 27, right? You said it'll change in 27. Let's talk about it in 27.
If it passes.
If
No,
it passes, we're in 26.
yeah, I'm just saying we are spending money to contract Johnson County to run election.
Yeah.
Yes, but we are not required per this Senate bill. It's not in effect.
It's cheaper for Johnson County to do it than it is for us to do it.
Yes, I'm just saying for opening all the precincts,
Yes.
we are not required to open all of them. If we had clerks and
If you hold an
certified
election,
secretary.
if you hold an election and you have it, an open election to the public, you are required to have it in those precincts.
Yes, okay.
Believe me, Mom's an election
Yeah,
judge.
his mom would.
You are required.
Yes, I'm just saying this election, this one will take effect. They have changed those laws, and those are the ones.
That's what he's talking about.
So,
In 27.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect this one.
yes. So, okay, and then I have a question. If you go to page 63, and I was studying the last budget cycle, we have a new item here, other professional services. We have $1,000 under page 63. Under expenditure, the department is human resource. Page 663.
157.
Thank you.
What was the question?
So what is there, this one, because we did not have it in the previous year, now we have 1,000. Yes,
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember,
okay.
but it's $1,000.
Okay. And then there is, okay. And then while we are still on the same page, there's employee workshop. I know we budgeted for 1,466 back in 2024, but now this year we are projecting to spend 5,500, which is $4,000 increase. So why is
That
the increase?
a partnership that we have with Advanced Fitness next door, that we are going to continue to where, and you included, can go and have a membership to be healthier. So it's a benefit to the employees.
So this is including a gym membership?
Mhm. Yep. And again, council is, right, Sandra? Council's welcome to be on that too? Oh, we actually, okay, well, there you go.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and for the record, I'm glad Sandra's doing these things because, again, with the corporate world I come from, when you can prove that you're trying to promote health, that actually does help your negotiating power.
Oh, yeah.
And also it keeps your staff healthier, which is why we saw decreases in healthcare costs this year.
Does that include spouses and 7 kids?
This is part of my healthy snack they left for me.
Sandra, may I help you with the
Yes.
explanation? Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I was going to explain that $1,000. Okay. Yes, I know. So that is the annual service fee for HUB, International Employee Navigation for open enrollment.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Gutwa, I'm clear. How many more questions do you have? I have a little urgent.
Do you have questions? Yeah, you can go
I'd
ahead.
like to use a restroom.
Oh,
take a break?
Take a break real quick.
Yeah, you can take a break if you want.
All right, it's 8:48 PM. I'll call a quick recess.
I appreciate
All right.
And real quick too, I just, Nick does live a long ways away. And so I'd like for, if you do decide to leave, we'll understand, and thank you for coming.
I'm going to call the council back into session at 8:56 PM.
Mayor, could I ask a question of Nick, the enterprise guy?
Sure.
I'd like to know, is maintenance included in the fleet program? Can you speak? Is the mic on?
Oh, no, was not on, sorry.
Okay.
That's me. I apologize. So yes, the operating costs are included in the projected budget as well as the synopsis that was sent over in the 10-year projection, including the outfitting costs so whatever the department heads told me they were needing on the vehicle from a budgetary standpoint is included not just in the first year, but in subsequent years as well in the financial analysis too, so.
So we're talking lights,
Yeah, whatever they said, the tool.
wrap,
Yeah, whatever the dollar amounts that were given to me is what's included in the budget.
Vehicle logos.
It could be logos, it could be toolboxes, it could be, strobe lights, I mean, whatever really,
radios?
if it was included in the dollar amount they gave me, then yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Usually there's, just so you know, for like PD-related vehicles, especially you start turning them over more often, there are some items can be transferred, some can't, Usually I say radios, radars, cameras, computers, those are some of the somewhat transferable items, just depending on your system and how technology advances, right? So sometimes those can be reused, sometimes they can't.
We can set it where the radar is not transferred though, right?
The radar can't, what's that?
We could leave the radar out.
Yeah, you can. You can.
Oh.
For sure, you don't need a radar.
Chief's still here,
I
so.
don't need a radar. I find speed limits more a suggestion than a
Ah,
right?
I'm right with you, brother. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, so it really depends on, and every time we turn over a vehicle, those are things we help y'all try to assess, like, can we reuse something, can we not? Because you gotta think about the equipment that's going on in the vehicle has no real inherent value to anybody other than the city of Keene, right? So if we can reuse something, then that's just gravy in the long-term financial plan, right? And including, if we're talking about even in public works, talking about a flatbed or a service body or something of that nature, sometimes those things can be reused as well, dump bed if it's not, especially as we turn the chassis over on a more regular basis. That's where most of your expense is lying, in the chassis portion of stuff,
Right.
so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all so much for having me.
Okay, Mayor, I have a question for you.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So I know back in 2018, 19, even 20,
Okay.
I did ask this question. I think one of the employees, city staff was here, Don Martin, was able to explain some of this question. And I did ask, does the city has an option? I know we put the bids out there, we take the lowest bid, and we go with some of the companies that give us rebate and all that stuff when we are trying to buy vehicles. But if we buy, for example, F-150,
Yep.
and it breaks down before even the second year, the third year, we are fixing AC doesn't work, the radio doesn't work, that doesn't work. I'm not talking about Tesla, electric vehicles and all that stuff. I'm just talking about when you look at every year, there is a projection out there, out of the data that is collected. They will tell you the vehicles that can hold their values,
Okay.
and the vehicles that can be able to, you can be able to drive them into high mileage and still be able to hold very well. And there's a record out there I've shared before the council before I got elected in this room. So if we say the city in the contract, if we say in the past we have always went for rebates, we have gone for the people that, I know police and fire is different because we have 3 brands that we are locked in. There are very few companies or brands that does attend to that demographic. You might end up with Chevy or we might end up with, so if these other vehicles, do we have an option as a city and say, Keene will just use, yes, regular gas vehicles, not electric vehicles. We want to buy maybe Toyotas. They are foreign cars, but we know according to the way they hold and abuse or whatever, they take a lot of
Yeah, let me go
abuse.
ahead and,
So-
I know where you're going with it, yeah.
So
part of
do
our
we
job-
have,
go
so
ahead.
do we have that option, or Enterprise will just tell us, you just get what you get, this is the vehicle, 3 years we'll come and check with you, and good luck?
Yeah, I think we've talked about that a little bit before. Part of our job is to provide, recommendations from a manufacturer or OEM perspective. So we will put together financial analysis for you each year, and we will actually take the program to bid on your behalf to Toyota, to Ford, to Stellantis, who is Ram nowadays, by the way, to General Motors, to Hyundai, or really whoever it is. We'll take it to bid. We get bid results back. We'll put together financial analysis as it relates to operating costs as well as resale projections for those vehicles. And then we present to the city, and then the city makes the decision as far as which vehicle it goes with. And just like John said, my job is I'm in the advice business, not the decision-making business. So I'm gonna come in and give you the advice of what I recommend you doing. Really, the city makes all the decisions there as far as which manufacturer we go with.
And do you have any city that has that? Like, for example, Keene can say, because we don't have fleet fund and some fleet policy, where some cities require their fleets to be changed between 5 years, 6 years, maybe 8 years, because their finances can only allow that much accelerated spending.
I'm sorry.
So,
sorry, I'm not tracking the question. I apologize. Can you just restate that one more time?
have you ever dealt with a city that can, under your contract, we can be able to, using either a resolution that binds the contract and say, Keene, for these 10 vehicles, Public Works, we rather have maybe Toyotas. We know we are not getting rebates. We are not getting all of that stuff. And, do you have other cities that has that option?
I don't think I exactly know what you're asking, but I have cities that operate every manufacturer under the sun that you could possibly imagine, especially as you get into larger municipalities.
What I'm getting into,
What he's asking.
do we have a choice to say, Keene, yes, you do operate with other cities. With Keene, you only give us Toyotas, maybe 5 for Public Works.
I mean, you mean, at the end of the day, we're gonna bring it to you, all the manufacturers each year, and then the city tells us which one it wants to go with.
Toyota didn't make a 3/4 ton or a heavy truck.
Yeah, so.
Yes, I'm saying there are some that we have.
That's Chevrolet or Ford or Dodge.
Yes, that's why I said some vehicles we are locked into some brands.
Yeah, he'll bring it all to us, and we can make a decision what
He's
we want to
answered
do.
the same question twice. You asked the same question twice.
He said he did not
No.
get what I was asking.
You asked the same question twice, he answered it twice. We, as the city council, tell him what vehicle we want. He will bring us a list, like if we need 3 trucks, 2 police cars, and 1 fire service vehicle. He will search those out. He's gonna bring us for the fire vehicle, he's gonna produce us a Chevy, a Dodge, and a Ford, and maybe a Toyota. For the police department, he's gonna bring us a Ford, a Dodge, I'm not sure how many police vehicles
Yeah,
they make.
they make a Durango.
Make it, yeah.
Yeah.
And we choose what vehicle. He's not gonna say, we get a Toyota.
And
We
how
tell
that,
him we want a Toyota.
okay, that's the case then. How does that affect our bottom line? 400 and something that we are writing a check. That will change the cost.
And we change it.
Yeah,
We
y'all-
can
y'all
choose
would
cheaper
make- y'all be
vehicles.
making the change.
We can
Okay.
choose cheaper vehicles, or we can choose more expensive vehicles.
And then
At
another,
every one.
yeah, and then
So
another
just to be
problem.
clear, every year we come back to you and we provide, the financial analysis for that year going forward, or what we call a cost going forward analysis. And we will present you, hey, this is the vehicle we recommend going with, here's the reason why we recommend going with this vehicle. But you decide, we're like, hey, we're recommending a Ford this year, and you're like, hey, we want to run a Toyota, and it's gonna have a higher cost for the year. We're gonna show you the financial implications of your decision, but in the end of the day, we don't make the decision.
So are you saying that this projection you have given us is likely to go up?
No, I did not say that.
Based
I
on,
did not say that. I said that if you make a decision that's outside of our projections, then yes, it could have outside of our recommendations, it could have an impact. But I always say, just be clear, this program is not Moses in the stones here, guys. It is very malleable over time, it's gonna have some changes to it based off, the market conditions are gonna change over time, right? Vehicle offerings are gonna change, engine types are gonna change, fuel technologies.
Toyota may come up with a 3/4 ton truck. They've talked about it.
Yeah, they've tried to land, they haven't been able to land that plane just yet, but they've tried couple times there. We feel like they do have them overseas, but not in the US just yet. But, so I think that you just gotta be aware that we'll make recommendations so that we can stay, and really our job is to try to not just hit a budget, it's really come in below our budgetary projections. And we're gonna provide recommendations that align with that. We're analysts at the end of the day. That's our job, is provide the financial analytics behind
You've
these
given us a budget, not a bid.
Yeah, correct.
A bid means we're locked into a dollar amount.
Correct,
You've given
yeah.
us a
This is
budget.
not a bid, yeah, this is a
make
projected,
the final
long-term projected budget.
So, last question
Yep.
regarding the fleet.
Yep.
So what is, for this projection that you're showing, if the Keene was to hand you their assets, their vehicles, and say, now Enterprise take over, what is the money factor?
There's a variance based off my talks with all the departments. So I think there's some, I have to go back and look at my notes, but, there's probably some Tahoes in there for PD, and there's, probably some Ram trucks in there, there's probably some Chevy trucks. Usually there's a variance process, usually not a single manufacturer. And good news is, since I put this together, the manufacturers have actually started really increasing fleet rebates this year for model year 2026. So we should come in under budget too, especially if we look at, I tell you, for this year, Stellantis, Ram trucks are throwing some what I call almost pre-COVID dollars, big boy rebates at these things. So a lot of these trucks it's probably gonna be, I'll probably be recommending Stellantis vehicles for a lot of them, because which is Ram.
Yeah.
Which is Ram. Stellantis makes a Ram, Chrysler, Jeep.
Right.
And Dodge as well. And in the police vehicle space, there's only about 6 different vehicles that really fall into police vehicle categories. You have an Explorer, you have a Tahoe, there is a Durango Pursuit that's relatively new in the marketplace in the last couple of years. They are throwing a lot of money at that thing right now. You got 2 trucks, you got a Ford truck and a Chevy truck, and then there's 2 electrified police vehicles that are on the marketplace right now. So that market is somewhat limited, but other manufacturers, a lot more opportunity there. And we're gonna look at things even like cab configurations. Should we run a crew cab, regular cab, extended cab, or a double cab? Or we're gonna look at drivetrain. Should we run a 3/4 ton or a half ton, based on resale conditions? Sometimes it's actually cheaper to run a 3/4 ton than a half ton based on resale conditions and based on the rebates for that given year. But that's our job, is we bring those to the city, and the city really makes the decisions from there. So that someone answers the question.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah, thank you.
That's it?
Foster? you have a
So
question?
I'd like to reply to a post. I just want to clarify this. Okay, this is a post on Facebook from the mayor.
Yep.
Says, talk about the chief's new Tahoe, the nice picture of the Tahoe here on the post, if you can remember.
Yeah, that it was included.
Is that the red one?
It is
Yeah.
included.
Not in the first year. It's in the subsequent budget years projections.
Fourth. What's
Yeah,
the
fourth
question?
budget year from now, probably.
So here's the statement that was posted. So it will be sold in all caps, SOLD in all caps, to Enterprise, then leased back to us. Then, if the chief is lucky, he might get to drive it 6 more months. Then Enterprise will ask it back so they can resell it while it still has high value, and he will be given a lesser vehicle to drive. This is how Enterprise makes money.
False
Mm-hmm.
news.
Would you
Where did you
mind?
get that from, Mayor?
I'm sorry?
Where did you get that statement from?
Where did I get that statement?
Yes.
From my head.
From your head?
Yeah, from our previous conversations and meetings and stuff.
No,
And I've talked to other cities that
that's
have.
entirely false. I'm
I've
just gonna
talked
let
to
you
other
know.
cities that have enterprise plan, and that's what they told me,
That's entirely
is
wrong.
that
and
there can be a
someone
high turnover with
someone
these
misled
vehicles.
you.
Mayor, if we would talk to the professionals that do this rather than your friends, you might
These
find more
other
information
towns, these are
that's
other
correct.
cities that have this
And
program.
I'm going to tell you that this company is a professional company, just like a lot of other companies are, and they work with the manufacturers directly. They don't go to the manufacturer and say, hey, listen, I want to look at this. The manufacturers come to them and present their wares, what the money factors are, what the residuals are. And then they, in turn, bring it to us to make that decision because they brought us the best possible scenario that's available right now. And he'll do that each year. That's where you're kind of missing what really happens with leasing because you're trying to associate numbers of just buying a car and selling a car to leasing. And it's nothing like that. So they get the information from the manufacturer, they do all their calculations, they bring it to us, the very best case scenarios, and then if we want to just say, well, we don't want to do a Ford, even though that looks really good, we want to do a Toyota because they last longer, or whatever reasoning you're using, then it's going to go higher. The cost is going to go up. But he's always going to be able to bring us the lowest cost from the manufacturers and say, this is what Dodge is doing the best deal this year. Ford might do the best deal next year. So it's going to constantly be the best case scenarios coming from him to us as a council.
Nick,
And we're not taking his Tahoe from
Are you
him.
a for-profit business?
Of course we are, yes.
Of course you are.
Yes.
That's my point. He's a for-profit business.
So, Mayor,
Do you work for no profit?
But the people that I talked to were not my friends. There were people that didn't even know me.
But nobody works for no profit, okay? Nobody does.
How many miles is the chief going to put on that vehicle? What if in 6 months he puts 100,000, 150,000 miles on that vehicle? I don't know how much he drives. They might decide that point it needs to be traded in. You can't say they won't. And he can't say they won't. He'd be lying.
You know what, Mayor?
I'd be-
They've also dealt with other chiefs in other cities and other chiefs that drive
Yeah,
cars,
they're his
and
friends, isn't that what
they know how to do this.
Yeah, I mean, we might make a recommendation, but we don't make a decision, Mayor.
We don't have to trade it in, that's our choice.
Well, it's the city manager's choice.
No, city manager.
It's the city
but-
manager's choice. That's why I said we have to put an agenda item on
But
to
you
where
wanna change it,
he then
we
has
have
to
to
come
bring
to us.
You mean you want to put a restriction on our city manager, right? Even though he has the ability to make decisions,
Yeah.
you want to put a restriction on our city manager now.
I'm not putting a restriction on it. Mr. Easley has already agreed that, yeah, we needed to put a purchasing policy in place because he's telling us in front of everybody, we're going to tell Nick when we want the vehicle. No, that's not true, Mr. Easley. We are going to tell him, he would tell Nick. There's a chain of command here. We don't tell Nick anything. That would be interfering.
Really,
Be
the
telling
system
city
works
manager.
more of he tells us when it's time to
No,
get
he's
rid
gonna
of
tell
cars
the
and
city
stuff.
manager. He's
And
not
then
gonna
we
keep coming
decide
back
whether
to
we
us.
want to follow his directions.
Once the contract's signed, he's not going to keep coming back to us. He's going to just send reports and meet with Mr. Seitz.
That's not what was
And unless Mr. Seitz
just
gives us
discussed.
those
So
reports
what-
and brings them to our attention, we won't know what they say until he acts.
One of my colleagues puts together what's called an annual client review every single year. So beyond today, I don't necessarily go away. You'll see me about once a year, but you'll have a client strategy manager who's assigned to you. It's gonna meet with usually about quarterly. They're gonna have quarterly meetings with the city, and one of those meetings every year is gonna be an annual client review meeting. And we present that to city management, and then if the city manager likes, we will come and we'll present to council, or if their council requires it. And I'd say it's like 50-50 whether or not we ever come back to council. Usually some cities, the city manager just takes and brings our findings back to council on our behalf. Some cities like us to come in and present the annual client review. It's fairly extensive. I mean, it's an hour-plus long go-through of everything fleet financially related, and some councils don't like to bog down a meeting with an hour-plus of content related to vehicles.
As you can see,
Yeah.
we like that.
So, yeah, y'all like long meetings.
We thrive on it.
Y'all thrive on long meetings, which is okay, by the way. But I'll be super clear. There is not a single decision that we make, and we're never going to come in and tell you, especially a fire-related Tahoe has $30,000 in equipment sitting in that thing, are going to say you should run this thing for 6 months and work with a lot of I've never seen a chief run 100,000 miles in a year. Average municipal vehicle runs under 10 on average. Even the PD side, I mean, 15 to 20 on patrol vehicle is about average that we're seeing, depending on, your city might actually is a little bit less, I believe. And so I think that, again, just I want to be super clear that we do not make a single decision. There's nothing that we decide on behalf of the city. The city tells us, whether it be city manager or council or whoever y'all work, they make all the decisions,
All right,
not me.
thank you. I think Mr. Foster has a
Yeah,
question.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't clearly hear what you articulated a moment ago. Did you say you got some of your advice from other cities?
I called other cities that have the enterprise fleet plan, yes.
So who did you call?
I called Alvarado and I called Fredericksburg.
What did Alvarado say?
And I don't have my notes in front of me. It was a while, it was when he first came and gave us the presentation a few months ago when I called them. Both cities were fairly happy with the plan, but they just told me some of the upsides and some of the downsides. And that's what I'm using to make my decision on whether or not I was going to support this.
So
Just as you all are too.
I
The
also,
downside is they did say there was a high turnover. You never know when you might lose a vehicle and what that time frame is. You don't have a lot of say in what kind of vehicle you get. Sometimes you might get a different brand than what you were driving that you're already comfortable using. So there are some.
And you talked to the decision makers within that city?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I spoke to the city manager, the finance director, and the person that's over their fleet department that's in charge of it.
Okay, Mayor,
well, wait,
so,
can I,
yes,
I want to ask Nick, or just bring one more point here. Since we're talking about things that may or may not be true, another post by our mayor in that same line where we're talking about the Tahoe.
Yep.
And I quote, "Regardless of my choice of words, it won't be the same vehicle. It may not even be a Tahoe. So value is a subjective term in the eye of the beholder. This vehicle is brand new, already paid for with tax dollars and has a warranty, so there's no need to include it as part of the contract, since we know right now it'll be reliable and Keene holds the title. It will be a Tahoe if we ask for a Tahoe, will it
Correct.
not?"
Correct. And before we order a single vehicle, someone here in this city approves every single spec on that vehicle, including the equipment specs. We don't order a single vehicle until someone in the city signs off on it. I mean, so even when the city signs our master agreements, there's a specification list, there's a equipment list that is approved by someone in the city. Usually what happens is the department heads approve the specifications, then the money goes to the city manager or the finance manager, one or two, to sign off on the finance side of it, once the specifications are approved. And specifications include manufacturer, includes all the little equipments, is a keyless entry, that sort of thing. It includes what color lights it has on it. I mean, all the little nuances. Yeah, all the little nuances that go into it. So it's a pretty lengthy list of things to get approved prior to us ordering anything. And because we don't want to bring a vehicle to the city and it not be what you want, and then we got to figure out what to do with this thing, because we'd be on the hook with the manufacturer when we order these vehicles, and we don't want to have that happen.
Can I make one more
Yep.
observation? Again, our mayor, in response to a citizen, we would pay for service and maintenance the same as we do now. We budget for it. Enterprise has no maintenance plans for police and fire vehicles, so we send them out for service, and Enterprise negotiates with the shop for the work to be done at a reduced cost, then bills the city a higher marked up cost. That's also how Enterprise makes money.
That is what he said at the last meeting.
That's entirely false.
Mr. Smith asked you if you bill us, and you said you billed us dollar for dollar, whatever we
Correct.
pay.
Correct.
And then Mr. Smith asked you specifically about that, and then you said, well, it's not quite dollar for dollar.
On the police side of things, that fall under what's called our maintenance management program. So all the pursuit rated vehicles and all of the existing fleet until it go under a maintenance management program. So whatever the shop bills us is what we bill back for you dollar for dollar. If it's one of the non-pursuit rated vehicles, we can put it under a fixed cost program. So it doesn't really matter what gets spent on that vehicle. It's the same fixed amount for the entire time, no matter what occurs on it during that period of time. But we don't mark up on, like, that was specific to police vehicles, I believe. We don't mark up the maintenance expense at all, period.
The
So,
fee
Matt,
that I
Is
was.
that clear?
The fee that I was asking about the last time that he was here was, it was a service fee for having the fleet under his tenure. It had nothing to do with, the maintenance portion.
okay.
Does that clarify it for you, Mayor?
Yeah, so the maintenance plan, there is a maintenance plan for the police and the fire then?
Yeah, so it's
be.
called a maintenance management program,
be.
so it's a pay-as-you-go.
It just, yeah.
After just like you said in the post, that was correct. We negotiate the repairs and the costs and all that, make sure everything's in line. And then what are we end up paying the shop is what we then turn around and bill the city back for, dollar for dollar.
And you'd be happy to give us those receipts of whatever you would pay any garage if we asked?
Oh, come on.
It's all,
I asked,
yeah, 1,000%.
I'm just
It's also,
asking.
I
it's all
called
on the
Justin.
website. You can click on, you'll be able to see the.
I called
that.
Justin today, and he said that he bills us currently at the same rate that Enterprise would,
Yeah.
he would bill Enterprise.
That's why I was just asking if you
So
had,
there is no markup, there is no,
But you put it online, that's the way it was.
Yeah.
so.
And you put it online, that's the way it was, and that's not true. He said it already.
Okay,
And so I
ma'am.
would expect that you would then retract
Retraction.
your statements, so
and you're
that,
paying for
wait,
all our
so,
gasoline on our vehicles too?
No, we
No.
don't, we provide a fuel card, and then that and you get an invoice for the fuel actually used, less the federal excise tax, which are a tax exempt entity, and then certain stations, we get discounts on at the stations too. So less that discount if goes through one of those stations. ExxonMobil's, for instance, we get 5.5 cents off a gallon at ExxonMobil, so. And where we end up paying the fueling entity for is what hits your invoice that you get. And we send a completely separate fuel invoice.
so Mayor, can I expect a retraction on Facebook and the correction be, so that the citizens who do look at your post are informed of a,
Sure, if he wants to give me what he's just said to me in writing, I'll retract it.
Or is this
I
on
would like
record?
to see the contract first.
why?
We're at a public
I haven't
forum.
seen the
It's,
contract yet.
this is happening in real
Okay.
time.
I mean, he's already refuted the 3 things that you posted.
I know, and if he's refuted it and he has evidence of that, he can provide that with me, he just said.
Just set it in front of you.
He's gonna have a contract that we can read and I can see, and then whatever the contract says, I can
So
retract it
you're,
to that.
you're allowed to put on Facebook something that's slander, but you won't take his word for it in front of your face.
If he's telling me the truth, he has no problem providing me evidence of whatever
Yeah,
he's
well,
telling me
well, obviously,
in
you're
a
all
written
gonna sign a master
contract.
You're gonna sign some master agreements that have all the verbiage in there.
So
and
I have a
you'll-
separate question.
Yep.
Jonathan, don't we have city fuel services at over the city works? Don't we have fuel tanks that we use to fuel our vehicles?
Yeah, there's a large tank over there. Half of it's filled with diesel, half of it's filled with gas.
Yeah,
I hope it's 2 separate tanks, not the same tank.
Oh, sorry, yeah. But it's one tank,
Yeah,
but it's
technically
divided.
he's right. One
Yeah,
is
there we
heavier
go.
than the other.
Yeah, that was good.
So a fuel card situation, yeah.
You gotta take it from the
Burns
top
better.
of the tank.
So a fuel card situation doesn't really apply to Keene.
No, not if you continue to use your fuel tanks, no.
Okay.
Then we won't issue
When we
a fuel
get
card.
bulk rate, we already get it
Yeah.
the tax taken off, and we get, okay.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, and I have some cities that will, that, if they have tanks, we don't issue fuel cards for. And then I have some that we actually can have them they'll put readers on their tanks, so that whether you swap the card on your bulk tank, or you swap it at a QT down the road, that way you don't have data loss.
It would track the gallons used on.
Yeah, last time I looked at it, it runs somewhere between like $8,000 to $15,000 to put a reader on a tank. If y'all decide y'all feel there's value in doing that, we can get a vendor to give us a hard quote on having that done. So, yeah, if you already have some tech, it might not cost as much because there's already some integrated. There needs to be a certain type of swiper, because that can swipe the card. Because the fuel cards that we typically have, the fuel cards are tied to the vehicle or the asset itself.
Nice.
And then so for instance, say we all worked in the same department, well, any of us could get in and use that same fuel card, but we all have our individual employee ID numbers.
Codes, yeah.
Yeah, they give you access to it. Also, it requires the employee to put in, odometer readings at the time of pumping as a secondary set of data capture. As you probably get the theme here, we're all about data. We like lots and lots of data flow, so we can help put future analytics together.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, if you want to, I can more than happy to type a response. If you send me all the posts, and I'm more than happy to type a response to all that, and then you can.
Okay.
You can post it out
Okay.
there.
And just a
Yeah.
final, just so I'm clear.
Yeah.
Because there's been a lot of stuff said
Yep.
on Facebook, and so this agreement that we're entering into is going to cover maintenance, it'll cover wrapping, lights, the whole schmear on the cars. And at the end of 10 years, we'll have approximately $350,000 to the good
Yep.
because of savings on repairs and gas and
Yep.
oil. And
And-
why are we still talking about this? Yeah,
Resell the whole, I mean, it's meant to be a long-term sustainable plan, get y'all out of the roller coaster ride.
and we have no plan right now to replenish our fleet with any
Yeah, y'all are on
ability to
what's called-
sustain it.
You're on what I call the no plan right now.
Yeah, we're up, yeah.
Okay, Mayor, I know you are saying, are we allowed to adjust the contract? Or we go by your terms, whatever you give other cities, you just say, this is what we have, we can't adjust it?
Depends what you're talking. So there's master agreements, right?
Yes.
That sit above everything as far as what we're gonna do, how the finances work, all that, right? How the functionality of things. And then you have each individual financial schedule. So when we go and order a vehicle, one vehicle, that vehicle's gonna have a schedule tied to it, spec, costs associated with everything that's going on it, the equipment, the wrapping, all the things, right? And so that is what and that's based on which vehicle the city decides it wants to go with.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm saying we can speak a whole here, and the contract will say whatever it will say. The court only follows the contract. They work towards the contract, not what the council discuss here. So, and that's why I'm saying if we are allowed to see the contract and say, okay, what is in it? Okay, another question. Councilman Rob Foster was saying that you have spoken to other cities, and yes, I've spoken to some cities, and I've spoken to some counties, even sheriff kind of fleets. No, I've talked to some counties that have like police fleets and some few cities. So the thing that, the problem that we're having, let's use Alvarado, for example. Yes, if you talk to the city manager, he will tell you all the good things. The employees, they will take, nothing is wrong with a new vehicle. Everybody love it. The problem that we might run into, Alvarado got a grant that fixed most of their streets. So they are not having that, they don't hold money to be able to address the streets because they got the grant from the federal. Maybe the state. Most of the streets that were horrible, they got a big grant, which we don't have. And now that brings us to this problem. Remember when we got the water improvement grant that we got, 1.3 something, we did match it by 355,000 because we had cash. We could have either gone to get a loan or a bond or whatever it is. And that means raising taxes for the residents. And by locking ourselves to this 400,000 or $500,000, every single year we have to write that check and go through that transaction. Every single year. If we have a grant for either sidewalks or maybe a street or 4th Street, whatever it is, and we are required to match it. And remember, right now we have only 300 and something thousand surplus. So if we were to be confronted by that scenario, leave alone the well number 11, well number 6, they will be functioning just fine. You want to be able to have the cash year after year after year. Yes, there's projection, homes are coming in. We have impact fee, which normally comes once a year, once those projects are ongoing. So, and that's the concern when I'm speaking to the residents, they're saying, why is this a priority? Why can't you guys have these things come in? We have maybe at 1 or 2 years kind of projection, seeing the funds that are coming in, and then look into what the need is. And then that's what I want to bring before you, council. It's not a priority. It might be our priority, but it's not a priority for the taxpayer. And I just want to make it very clear in that there are other options like having preventative maintenance, which we don't know if we have preventative maintenance for these fleet vehicles that we are having. I know we do maintain them.
Hey, preventive maintenance is over, buddy. They're 17 years old.
Yes, and then there are other options that the city hasn't looked into. Yes, the employees have looked into, but we have turnover. Sometimes we change departments, you know. And so there are options that the city can look into so that we are not bogged down into a situation and saying, Alvarado does it, we can do it. They got a grant. We haven't gotten a major grant except these few ones that we have gotten, like Fairview and others. So I don't think we have enough cushion to absorb committing $500,000 or $400,000 every single year and still have a
So what is your
surplus.
solution?
That was my question.
What is your solution?
I'm just telling you,
No, not
the
telling.
tax.
I
Okay,
want a
I'm just-
solution, Mr. Gutwa. What is the solution?
I'm just telling you,
Are you
I'm
prepared
talking in
to buy
terms of
5 vehicles
priorities.
this
It's
year?
not a
What-
priority.
But the cars, we got 5 cop cars in the shop. We got a Tahoe sitting down there that has no telling what's wrong. What is your solution to that problem?
Today, what's your solution today?
Before the day's over,
Yes, and that's what I'm telling you. You're asking for a solution. It takes 6 people to make a decision in this room.
Yes.
it only takes 4 of us.
But I'm just telling you, what you're doing, you're binding yourself. Once you write that contract, you can't backtrack for 5 years.
I will pose another solution for you, Mr. Gutwa. Wait, we buy 5 new vehicles next year at an average cost of $80,000. What's the math? We're at the same number we're talking about with this lease program.
If they say we're only getting 5 vehicles
And we're only
versus
getting 5
29.
vehicles, and the next year we still are faced with 5 more vehicles because we have 30 vehicles in our fleet. If we replace 5 a year, it'll take 6 years to replace those 30 vehicles. And at that 7th year, the first year vehicles, you need to replace again.
So it means you'll never get out of
No.
it. You're just a cycle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
It's
Exactly.
continuous.
it's a, yeah, that's
and
what I'm saying. It's a
owning-
trap. Once
so
you get in,
it
you
is.
can't back off.
100%.
You have-
It's not a trap, it's a solution.
But
Mr.
All
Goodwin,
right.
one more thing. Mr. Goodwin, one more thing. Do you realize that a vehicle is a depreciating asset?
I know that.
Okay, so why do we want to own depreciating assets?
We have done that
No, no.
since
Yeah.
1980 what?
But what does that get you? If you own a depreciating asset, where does that get you?
1981, 1893, whatever, we didn't have leasing program.
No, I'm saying we have owned vehicles and we have just done fine. We know how to manage it. It's
No, we
just-
don't. No, we don't. We do not know how to manage it. Look at the age of our fleet. We suck at managing it. The average age
Okay.
of our fleet's 17 years.
I'm done with my question,
All
but
right.
I have a
Any
question
more
about the
questions
budget.
for Nick at the podium so we can
Oh,
let him?
I was done, yeah, I'm good.
Any more questions?
So I have, yeah,
Any
I
more?
just have, okay.
Go ahead.
Just, I'm done with the fleet.
Done?
Yes.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you all so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you for having me. I really,
Thank you.
really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
y'all.
All right, council, do you have any more discussion in regards to the budget?
Yes, I was asking a question and then we went to a
Okay,
recess.
go ahead and do your question.
So, very quick. So we move to page 65 under the old budget. Page 65,
Let's
and
find it, please first. Turn in your hymnals, page 65.
Development Services?
that's under police department, sorry.
65 in my book says expenditures by type.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the police
I don't know, I just got it, I don't know
It's a
what,
police
I'd like to know
department.
what book you're coming from, because the book
the old book, the one original book that we got. Oh. But I think that the finance director might have that.
Oh, Mr. Goodwin, is that called budget book 8725?
162 in the new one.
The budget book, that's 8/25/2025.
Page 65, it has a pie graph on the top, it says expenditures by type.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, that's what we need when you're telling us 65, read that top line.
Okay, I'll try to do that.
That helps me find the correct page.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we have under this page here, 65, and I'm not trying to nitpick, but I'm just kind of trying to find out what's going on. So under the insurance, health insurance, I'm seeing this one went up by 15,927, which is 7.1%. We did budget for last year 224,220, and we are projecting to spend next year 240,177. Why is the increase? Is it more employees or?
I bet you that's due in part because we have a full staff.
Didn't we add another employee to the police department?
We started a 14th person this last year.
Oh, okay.
And just so you know, when we budget for incoming staff, we budget it at the highest potential cost, including their family, so that if we hire someone that, let's say, is not married, doesn't have kids, that'll actually save the city money. But from a budget standpoint, we went to the very, very top.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So
So
just-
is that why even the retirement is going up by 13%? Okay, thank you.
So the difference between, just FYI, an employee only for curative is 8,959, and full family, employee and family is at 22,756. So with all the 6 new positions, right, we budgeted full for employee and family.
Okay.
So that,
All right, thank you.
Yes.
And then the same book, don't put it away yet. We have, if we go to page 68, under expenditure by expenses type, I know Councilman Chucky easily wants to find that.
Well, it'd be nice to follow along with you, but so far I don't have the same book you do, I guess.
Oh, okay.
My 68 says Budget and History 26.
it's,
So under,
fire.
it's under Fire and Rescue Department.
Is your, well,
Okay.
I'm finding it in this one so I can follow him better. 68 looks like that.
Oh, mine 68 looks like this.
See,
So
you have
the
a
old-
different
Yeah.
book than I do.
The old
Okay.
book.
This is the old book. This is dated the 8/7/25.
Okay. So we are having here under, oh, did you find it? Okay. So
Yes,
page
I have it.
68. So the question is, I'm seeing here, there's an increase of the first line, that there's salary and wages.
That's
and there's,
correct.
of course, overtime. We have an increase of 296,908 because we did budget for 1,092,430, but we are projecting to spend $1,389,338. So does this increase include the fire marshal that we did talk about in the previous?
It's 3 plus and a half, right?
That's a
Because the
full-time fire marshal?
Currently is a part-time, yes, sir.
Okay. So, and that's what is driving the total total personnel expenses under
Yes.
that to $500,000?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But that's including the subsidy that we're getting too, right? That's a
Yes, this-
reduced amount,
That,
because we were getting subsidy from
that
Johnson
will
County.
be, yes, the subsidy, the reimbursement you will see, you can actually see it in the revenue side, because I do have to like set that
Okay,
off.
so that's not including the reduction?
No,
then?
ma'am.
Okay, the subsidy, okay.
Okay, so we are going to, oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just trying to,
Yeah, my
because of
laptop
time, I'm
is
trying to go
fried.
very
I'm
quick.
sorry, hold on.
So we have page 77. I can't track the new one. I don't know what it is.
Come again? I'm sorry, 77, did you say? Councilman Goodwill?
Oh, page 77.
Yes, I'm following.
The top is expenditures by expenses type, but it's under animal control, I
Yes.
think.
I
We
have
have
it.
animal control, 86,
Yes,
It's-
page 180,
page 180.
181 in the new book.
So we are having here under animal control, I got, maybe I missed something. On the chart, I saw the animal control was under police, but the animal control here shows the animal control is under Dawn Martin, the director.
So,
Yes.
because the PD department is so small, we can't necessarily move her over to the police department, at least not until we get the new one. So she will remain in this building, but we are starting to transition her over to the police department.
That's what I was wondering, yeah.
Okay, and then that goes to the same page if you're having 2 pages.
Oh, no,
open.
I follow you. I have
Yes.
the old one too.
Yes, page 77.
Yes,
Under the salary,
yes.
we are having this one, it's going up by 22%, which is increasing by $7,900, which is going up. So does this salary include the 5%? I'm seeing here almost which should be 1,700 if it was 5%.
Yes, sir. It's because she is now full-time.
Oh, so that,
Yes, sir.
Part-time last
okay. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then now we move to the second page, which has under development services.
Yep.
Very quick, page 79, which is expenditures by expense type.
I'm there.
So I'm seeing here the salary and wages. Under the salary, I'm seeing here there's a change of almost 80,
It's 13%.
because we know this department makes more than 82,000, but I'm seeing here, so is
Okay.
this split also between A and B?
Yes, sir.
And B.
So, actually, it's a 24 from general fund, 33 EDCA, 33% EDCB. And this includes a new hire, a development services coordinator.
So is that why the health insurance going up by 12,665?
Correct.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then there's a new item, I saw it in the previous, no, it wasn't there. So there's this new item, uniform. I kept seeing uniform, uniform, uniform. It's new to this department. It wasn't
so
there
it's
last
mine.
year, $250. So what is the logic behind it? Like,
Well, are you? Keene.
so every department has that now. It
Yeah.
wasn't last year, but it's in this as well.
That's
like,
correct.
okay.
I think we all have been recycling whatever people have had in the past. So like I wear the ones that other people have worn in the past, and they keep a pretty good shape, but not everyone in my team and not everyone in Mr. Martin's team actually have a uniform. So I think that's what we want to be able to do. We want to have a uniform that says we are employee of Keene City.
Okay, thank you. And last year, there's a line below that, page 81. It doesn't has, Councilman Chuck Easley, it doesn't has the,
I'm actually done following you because all these answers are very sensible, very logical, and I'd like to go home because I have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
okay, so I'm almost done. Sorry, it's just the taxpayers' money. I mean, they ask me these questions, I have to. Okay, so under that, there's
The answer's
annual.
been repetitive over and
and
over. It's the same
it's-
answer for these questions.
It's different.
No, she's repeated the same answer like 5 times.
Okay, I'm moving on.
Okay,
I'm moving
come
on.
on,
Okay,
let's
so under page 81,
Yes.
annual software license, I'm seeing last year we did not spend any money. Now we have 6,995. That is,
I think that's a new software. Mr. Martin, would you care to elaborate?
Yeah, this is a new software program for permitting, which also includes animal control and code enforcement. Right now, animal control, code enforcement have zero software. They use Excel spreadsheets. This new software is probably gonna save, right now, if a permit comes in, we have to copy it, we have to input it into FundView, we have to input it into the K drive, and we have to input it into the OneDrive. With this new permitting software, it goes to one place, it's all there. It's gonna save probably 75% of man-hours, plus this software will also be online, where if somebody wanted to come in and do a simple permit for a water heater, they can do it online, they fill it out, it comes to us, it gets assigned, as long as they submit all the correct information, they can schedule their inspections through that. Right now, if they want an inspection, they have to call in, email, leave a voicemail, then we have to send an email or call the inspection company to do this. This is all integrated, and it's gonna save a ton of man-hours.
thank you, thank you.
So it's well worth it.
Yes, and then while you are, I don't know, we have other professional services, just the line below that. I can see last year we did budget for 53,650, but this year, next year, we are projecting to spend 150,000, which is 179.6%, which is 96,300 So as I've seen the salary of some of the departments, this is more than if we had to hire in-house. Will this one be cheaper than spending $96,350?
May I answer the question,
Yes.
sir? I don't know where it is in the first page, I'm in the first book.
It's
but,
under page 81.
Yes, I'm trying to
187.
reference.
187 in the new book,
Thank you. 187 in the new book. Okay, 187.
under third-party inspections, in which I have a sneaky feeling those are paid inspections by people who actually want to get an inspection, so that money is coming directly from people who are paying for inspections. So there's probably a revenue side that matches
Ding, ding, ding,
that
ding,
exact
ding.
number.
Yes, and the revenue side is 179,000.
You're welcome, Mira.
And so there is a revenue side, which I'm frantically trying to find.
It
The
increased
new-
about
The second
$400,000.
book is under page 24. It's under permits and licenses, and it's under development services, engineering fees, and the amount is $179,400. And so we have 29,000 in the black. So we pay out 150,000 and we collect 179.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that.
You're welcome.
So
Would
I'm
that be
almost,
part of the $1 million that we pay out every month?
Sorry? Of course, yes.
Just checking.
Yes, sir. It's the ins and outs, yes.
and then if you move to the next page, that 85, under the municipal code, which is under, I think.
It's municipal?
Code.
Yes.
And then you go to that's page 84. I'm seeing here under the salary and wages, there's a jump of 72.3%,
Yes, sir, that is correct.
which is 19,000, is it 231? Is it a raise? Why is the big jump?
So now we are splitting, so there are 3 people, this is including a new hire. The new hire is actually under water sewer. With all the incoming, the JSUD, everything else, all the new development, Alyssa is struggling. She's struggling to keep up, and so we want to give her help, and that is a new hire, a UB clerk under water sewer, and 10% is absorbed here, and so is Alyssa's time. So like I said, Mayor, I'll be sending you the breakdown of the spreadsheet. I think it's very important that it's not a complete activity-based costing analysis, but it is something that we are doing to learn the cost of business. I think over the next few years, we will be able to see how much we charge, how much we will have a more, I can deliberate on how much money we're making if we actually know the cost of business. So what you're seeing here is cost for 3 people.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
sir.
So we're
And-
hiring a new person for the?
Yes, for water sewer, for the UB clerk, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And then if you go to page 85, just next to that one, we have almost towards the bottom, under the total professional expenses. I know I did look last year's budget, and
Right.
we did take out special events, and now we have the merchant service fee. Last year, we did not spend any amount, any money, and now we are spending $36,000. So
So-
why are we paying for these fees?
So I will have to correct you. It wasn't budgeted last year, but there was an amount in there. So this was something that I found going through all the bank reconciliation since last year. I found that all the merchant fees that we pay Card Connect have never been recorded. There's over $84,000 that are not recorded in our books. And this is the thing that I've been harping about. We need to record them, we need to record them. But God bless the people who've been here, they've done a great job. And I think this is what we're doing differently. Mr. Gutwa, every single charge or deposit in the bank, I can say in front of you, before God, that we have it on the day, if not +1. We are diligently, even we're working with HR Sandra would say, hey, let me know when this clears, right? There are payments that are clears. My team would go ahead and say, Sandra would say, hey, watch if, make sure that this clears, and, we watch it every day. So we would let her know when, when a payment is cleared. And this amount of money has never been booked since 2022. So it's not that we have never spent the money. The difference is this year we are budgeting for it. So the net position, the fund balance that we will have after the audit, the audit is completed, will be accurate. So what we're doing now is just we're monitoring it. We've always spent money. Whatever money we get from municipal, whatever money we get from permit, whatever money we get from UB, everything has a fee, has a merchant fee from Card Connect. It's like 3.75, or it just depends on what credit card you use. But that's the fee that they collect, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then we have page 87.
Yes.
Under the community center, I know we have 36,858. So I did see
Yes,
the repair and
that.
maintenance. Under repair and maintenance, I know we went up by only $160, which is $7,900. So since it's a new building, so under maintenance, do you guys normally, did we spend this last year that we projected, 7,740?
Let me look it up real
Or
quick.
is that,
Let me look it up real
Are
quick.
you talking about this building?
no, community
It's a
center?
community
Oh,
center.
Well, our warranty is probably expired, so now we have to actually do a lot of these repairs ourselves, and I can see Mr. Don Martin nodding his head yes, so I believe that's what that's for.
So is 7,900 enough to do the repairs?
I mean, we don't know what's gonna happen, so it's just a guess. It's an estimated number of what-ifs, right? So, I mean, we could be, that whole ceiling could fall in. Yeah, I mean, it's,
Okay, so, and then if we move to page 89, we have done departmental. And I'm running into, page 91.
Yes.
There's no headline, just expenditures by expenses type. I was looking at annual software maintenance. We have, last year we did project to spend 15,000, but now we have gone way up by 200% to 45,000.
Okay,
Why is it jumping by $30,000?
didn't we
So
just
the
have an
actual,
attack?
can I?
Go ahead, sorry.
No, it's okay. The 3-year average for our annual software maintenance is actually 47,000, and that is ClearGov and FundView. It was
Okay,
just not budgeted accurately. I think this is something that the city manager and I have been kind of doing. What we're doing is we're actually going line by line, GL by GL, and looking at the past 3 years' average cost, and we estimated how much we will spend by the end of the year, and we look at the difference or whatever it is, and we post a number that we think is better. So it's not because the cost went up, it's because the budget was not
okay.
reflected the actuals. You know what I mean? Like the budget
Okay,
wasn't accurate.
And thank you.
Yes, sir.
And then under that, there's other professional services, copiers. So there's under property liability insurance,
It's the
right?
same thing, sir. I think someone asked me this last time. The actual year-to-date is 142,000. It is a property liability insurance. It's just the budget.
So does that include the new police department and,
No, this is.
so
just the
only this
actual.
building or these other facilities that we have?
Sandra, can you help? Is
Because
that
it went up by 105,000.
No,
from
it
last-
did not go up.
We did budget for 44,444 and 44 cents, and now we are projecting to spend 150,000, which is going up by 237.3%.
This was something that we've talked about multiple times, and in fact, when this whole thing very started, we specifically stated it was going up because this is the actual cost of the insurance going up. So, I mean, it is what it is.
And Let me just make sure, Councilman
It's
Gutwa.
property liability insurance. That's
Yes.
why I'm just.
Yes, so the
So does it
budget,
include City Hall and other buildings? So it doesn't include the new building police? Okay, all right.
Not the PD.
Okay, so, and then we move to, I'm almost done. I know we want to go
yeah,
home.
no, please, go ahead.
Yes, so page 93, under street department,
Yes,
we have under the salary and wages, I'm seeing here we are spending, that's, last year we did project to spend 101,000, now it's going up by 10,314. So does this include the salary for the new like field manager?
that's correct.
Okay, all right.
Field manager is split 33% under street.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And then we have water administration, that's under page 90 what, 95. And you just have to go to the next page. And then I'm seeing here under the same water administration, I'm seeing also the salary going up, salary and wages by 11%, and it's going up by 46,117.
Yes, that's all the administration, that's the city officers, that's Mr. Don Martin, Sandra Overstreet, myself, Holly, the city manager, my team, my full team. They are all, is the cost allocation that they have to absorb.
Okay. And then below that, there is certification pay. We did
Yes.
budget for $300, but now it's going up to $2,200, which is 1,900 increase. What is the certification? Why did it jump like that?
Okay, hold on a second, give me a second, I have the answer to that.
Certification pay under water department.
Yes. If you give me a second, I'll tell you exactly what they are, who they are. All right, so, did you say water? I'm sorry. I'm trying to,
Yeah,
like,
it's
keep up.
page.
That's correct, yes, that is
So,
true.
but we had $300. Did we under budget or what was going on?
Yeah, so this year, I made sure that I actually looked at our current certification pay. And yes, this says, well, I don't know if I can tell you who they are, but I did. So it's, I know who they are, and the total, is it 2,200? Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
yeah.
2,200 is for, hold on a second, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And then if you move to the second page, that's 97. I know under professional expenses, for the sake of Councilman Chucky Easley, I know we are still under water department, I think. Yes, yes. So under administration allocation, I know that our auditors, I can remember back in 2019, they did say this amount that we have been transferring was too high. But I'm seeing this year we are transferring the biggest jump, like 283,620. That's under department expenses allocation, non-departmental other expense allocation, just general, which is going up by 3,651.2%. So do we have a big jump here? I mean, from the water department.
Can you give me a second? No, franchise fees is on the other side. I'm guessing this is, hold on a second, I'm trying to think. Hold on, let me just find my numbers, please. It's 291. Oh. 291. 387. Oh, Mira. No. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm trying, I know, thank you. I'm trying to find my numbers. I'm sorry, hold on. You know, if I could memorize all the 1,500 lines, it will help everybody, right? I was telling Sandra that I have not passed my probation. This is crazy. Okay. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Councilman Goodwin, I'm just gonna take time to actually look at this. Oh,
It's under,
Mira. Okay,
it's
so expenditure,
And
non,
we are having, that's.
Under the water.
Water and sewer, yes.
Water distribution department?
Yes, no, just water administration,
Oh, okay. There you go.
97.
Which one is it?
It's under,
oh, okay,
Administration.
all right. Wait, no? No? Okay, so
Oh, other professional services?
there is a virtue of having the new book.
okay.
So in the new book is actually, hold on, I'll get there. I'm sorry, that's why. So in the new book is actually $7,767.82. So what I did was, I thought about it. This is what happens when you stay up at night. I thought about it, I'm like, oh, okay, so there's, like you said, this may not be the correct line items. So if you pardon me, we have over 1,600 GL accounts. I'm shy of 6 months. It's a lot to learn. Where do things go? And so initially, I thought, well, this is allocation, this is the franchise fees, whatever. I stuck it on there. And then later on, I thought, that's not smart. Let's put them, I didn't know that there's actually franchise water, franchise sewer. So Mr. Martin is correct. It is now at 7,700, whatever, the 283,620 is the expenses that I showed earlier under the franchise fees expenses.
Okay.
Yes, so the new book has $7,767.82, sir.
Oh, okay.
Good job, Dawn.
Thank you.
You can
Yeah,
do my
that's
job. Good job.
Yeah, and the reason,
brain.
and the reason why I'm asking, because I know in the past we have transferred, I can remember the last meeting I did tell you when we bought a skid steer, 43,000, and there was another vehicle, 22,000. That's when we actually transferred the money from this account. Some years we have touched it a little bit, sometimes we don't touch so much.
Yeah,
To
so,
balance the general fund,
but Councilman Goodwin, just so that you know,
yes.
if I'm still here, I will always use transfer. It is the correct way of showing that, first of all, the water sewer enterprise business belongs to the city. And the way that you do that, you transfer, because I was looking for the transfer account for the longest time, and apparently we call it administration allocation. But I don't think that is correct. Since I'm dealing with the ZACTAX financials, I do look through other people's financials, GL numbers, and they do exactly what we're supposed to. It says transfer. And I think it's just good business sense to say it's transfer. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Anything else?
So anyway, and then there's the next page, that's page 99, just the next page from the one that you are having a new book.
What's the reference?
So that's under Water Distribution Department. I know we did fix, I think back in 2019, we did allocate some money for, that's well 11 and well 6. And then there was another well that was down. But last year we did budget for $45,000.
Wait, I'm not following you. Can you tell me which page and
That's
what
page
line?
99. I'm using the old book.
Yeah, I'm
one
using the
that-
old book. I'm following you.
Page 99. And we have, under facilities, we have well.
Oh, the electricity wells?
Yes, we are under wells and boosters, and I'm seeing we are going up by 30,000. Is it because of the cost increase of
I can't tell you, hold on a
And
second.
then the electric also went up by 30,000.
That is true.
It's probably because well 7 is now online fully, where it wasn't last year. In fact, if you remember, Mr. Batla was trying to get that online, but there wasn't a budget line item for it. So that wasn't part of it, and now it is active, so I bet you that's what that's probably for.
Oh,
No,
okay.
that could be true. The actual year-to-date is 167,000. And I will get back to you if you want me to pursue that. I can get back, because that's Derek's number, and I will have to
Okay.
defer to him.
I'll appreciate that. And then the next page is page 100. Under the water meters and boxes. I know last year we did not budget for amount in this, under this line item, but this year we are planning to spend $50,000.
Can you show me which line? I'm sorry.
It's under equipment,
Oh, yes.
maintenance and repairs.
So,
Water meters and
great.
boxes.
I'm so glad you asked. Oui.
And if we are paying for it, how are we coupling this amount back? Thank you.
Water box. Is it the same as meters? It is the meters, right? Is it the meters? The water box?
I don't think there was water meters boxes as a specific line item last year, it just all fell under water supplies inventory.
Right, so,
So if it's what I'm thinking it is, Derek wanted to add a line where we were tracking meters for new developments that
Yes.
were coming in. So this money is based on the house projections of the growth so that we can track it to see what that actual cost is.
Okay, so
And-
how are we recouping it back from the,
so there is a water box.
We recoup it back in water.
yeah, I'm
And-
just
and
saying,
there's
we are
actually
spending
a water-
50 upfront, and then
Correct.
we'll get it slowly. Okay,
But there is a water box cost. And it's 125 per water box. Water taps is 500, water meter is 75.
That's the revenues, correct?
Correct,
Yeah, correct, yeah.
yes.
Right.
okay.
So that line item should actually just wash itself. Actually, we
That's
should make
correct.
more
It's
money.
another one of those things where you recoup the revenue on this side, and this is just the expense.
And then page 101, the next page from that, there is total capital asset, CIP item. I know 2024, we did plan for 164,000.
Yes,
This year, we are projecting to spend zero, which is negative 100%.
yes. It was, what was it? What was it?
It was page
uh,
101,
The 164?
under total
I'm
capital
gonna get it,
assets.
I'm gonna get it, hold on a second. It was the something.
Page 101.
What's the line item?
It's at the bottom. That's Water Distribution Department.
I'll get there, hold on a second.
What's the line item?
It's under
It's
capital
not-
assets.
I don't remember. But
CIP
we don't
item.
need it anymore because we purchased it last year. It was, yes.
Yes.
There it is.
Yep,
Okay.
164, I remember that.
Okay.
You're the man tonight, dude. Okay, it's the back.
See, travel knowledge.
Yep. That's right, that's right. Okay, we're almost there.
Yes.
I'm ready.
What else you got, Gurwa?
So I think for now, I have a few questions, but because of time, I'll let
Yes, sir.
other council members ask.
All right. Council, do you have any other questions about the budget?
I'd like to make a comment on this before I say, obviously I didn't go over this book, but I went through the other book that we had, and I was super impressed with the time that you guys put in it. I know it's been a lot of long hours, and so I want you to know that I appreciate the fact that you guys have taken so much time, being that both of you guys are brand new. You dug in deep, and you guys, you probably fought tooth and nail because it's the first time. So it's probably very stressful. I mean, he's over here pushing the stress ball to the limits, and it's just amazing to see how well you guys have actually done. I didn't mind the questions. I felt like there was a lot of, easy answers to those questions, so I'm glad that we were able to get through that. As far as the fleet goes, I'm actually super bummed that there was some negative rhetoric spoken on Facebook, and so that is a bummer. But hopefully the citizens tonight, when you're watching this, you got to see and hear from the individual, from the expert on how fleet worked, and so that way we can make a good decision going forward based on the information that we got. So I would like to move forward with the budget that we've just been given and tell staff that I would like this to be something that we use as our budget.
Yeah, we've already received a report and reviewed and discussed the budget. So yeah, at this point, we're just giving direction to staff concerning the proposed budget.
That's what I was doing.
So if there's anything that you wanted to see removed from the budget, this is the time to give direction, and we have to do it by consensus.
Looks
If nobody
good,
has
idea.
anything, then we can just leave the budget as presented.
Okay.
That's pretty
May
much what
I
I
have a
was
question.
giving.
Okay?
For some time, I know I did bring it maybe 2 years ago, and then I did also bring it before Brent Butler. We gave him some priorities. If you go to that budget, there are some priorities that were listed that the council wanted the city manager to focus on. And for those who can remember, behind City Hall here, I think behind the Swahu Pond, there's a street there. Yeah, Linden Street, I think. Yes. So some of the residents have been bringing this before my attention, and I brought this before the council here, and they want street lights. It's so dark there that sometimes you always almost run into an accident.
Use your headlights.
Yeah, they do use that, but it's so dark that sometimes people just don't stop. There's a small stop sign there.
Is this is this a different agenda item here?
No, I'm saying, according to the budget, can we look into what it will cost to have some of these lights?
That would
It's
be
not
a
agenda
good
item.
I think we're at the 11th hour.
That'd be
I'm not
another
sure that we
agenda
can.
Yes, yes. We are just saying to look into it, how much it will cost under the budget. We are requesting for something to look at. We just requested for our fleet and say.
No.
No, we've had the fleet conversation since May.
Fleet was already.
I understand.
June.
I
So
understand.
you're talking about a non-agenda item.
So probably
Point of
then,
order.
okay, then
Non-agenda item.
okay, I'll request for that agenda item then. Okay.
So do we have a consensus to pass this budget the way it is?
Yes,
Okay,
I'll second
We're
your.
not passing it
You
tonight.
can't pass
I
it.
didn't
We
say,
have-
excuse me,
Yeah,
to move forward with the
Yes.
budget
Move
as it is
forward.
written.
I'll still
Okay.
second you're moving forward.
move forward, move
Yes.
forward, move forward.
Move forward.
Okay. Okay. So we're not going to take any action right now on agenda item 7A. We're going to move on. I don't have a B, do I? Okay. All right, moving on to agenda item number 8. There is no executive session scheduled for tonight, so we can omit agenda item number 9. Agenda item number 10, requests for future agenda items.
That's where you go, Thomas.
We have on our agenda discussion on widening FM 2280, installing of a turn lane between North College and FM 805B.
I had one, I had actually brought this up before, and I believe I actually asked for it to be delayed until we got done with budget season, but it was to go over the fee schedules for municipal courts, all the things that our police give tickets for, things of that nature. I wanted to make sure we are in line with other cities, and if not, maybe adjust those costs.
I think those are set by the state.
There is a master fee schedule for the city that, again, is a smaller stack on my desk. And I know Mayor's kind of tasked Jacqueline with kind of helping with some of that. And of course, I'll be looking at that. So that is something that once we get through this budget, that we will be addressing, because our fee schedule hasn't been updated, I don't think, since before COVID. So that is on my whiteboard list of things to do.
I think it is by city, because in El Dorado, Back in 2018, I got a ticket for $52, but in Haltom City, it was $378, so
They set a
I
range.
think it's by the city.
The state sets a range.
Yeah, the
And-
state
and-
sets the
and
range,
judge.
and the
judge
city can
determines.
set the,
Okay.
The judge makes the decision based on the range, and as a city, we don't get involved with the court because that would be unethical. We can look at the fees for like ball field rentals and, you know, community center rentals and those types of things, but when it comes to actual tickets, we have to, the judge is the one that determines what that fee is gonna be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that answer your question? All right, Mr. Foster?
I know we just recently implemented impact fees, but in light of the growth that we have coming, I think we should address, just kind of take a look at surrounding cities, because I suspect that the fees have gone up since we implemented those.
Yeah, I don't know that we can raise them right away. I thought there was something about that. You can't raise them after you adopt them for like a period of time, 3 years. Yes, sir.
And
Yeah, so we
I
can't
do
change
have
them.
some information on that, so we can add it to an agenda item, so it can be a discussion, and I can update you kind of on what's going
Okay.
on, so that we're ready, we can adjust it when the time's right.
Okay, you can do that. Anything else, council?
Yeah, we did talk about the
wanna talk
street,
about the
yeah,
street
we need to
lamps?
talk about the lights there, so
Okay.
I'll bring more information,
You would like to talk about street lamps
yes.
and funding those. Anything else, council?
I think we all need to give Mira a big round of applause. Her entire staff.
she survived tonight. She
All right.
should make her
You all are good. I'm going to adjourn the meeting. All right, it's 10:17 PM. Meeting is adjourned.